present to you Mr. Cassel Mathale, who is the Deputy Minister of Police, or one of two Deputy Ministers. We've consulted with him, drafted his statement. He's had his statement vetted by his legal team who's sitting behind him, my colleagues at the back of him, and as far as I'm aware, he's ready to be sworn in and ready to give his evidence. His statement is an original statement that we drafted. So we're ready to proceed, Chair.
Thank you so much, SC. I just want to run through the following apologies. We have the apology of Honorable Cameron, who has a prior commitment. He's going to leave the proceedings in the afternoon. We have the apology of Honorable Sangoni, who has a parliamentary commitment. Honorable members will know that she is chairing a portfolio committee of Parliament. They have a scheduled meeting today. The apology of Honorable Mwango, who will join the proceedings later. The Chief Whip, if he's not the member entering the committee room now, I just wanted you to know that he was going to join us a bit later, and Honorable Malema will also join us in due course. You remember, we have given you the apology of Honorable Vessels the last time. He is not going to be with us for a period of about 2 weeks, starting from that day, because of the happiness that they are enjoying in the family. So he will come back to join the committee later. SC, before I administer oath on our witness, I want to make the following declaration. The witness that is here is Honorable Cassel Mathale, the Deputy Minister of Police in the Republic of South Africa. I know him very well, Honorable Breitenbach. I worked under him at the ANC provincial office in Limpopo when he was the provincial secretary there. And when he became the premier in 2009, he appointed me as the MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs. And so in 2011, there was a provincial conference there where he was re-elected as the chairperson. And at that conference, I was elected provincial secretary. So I'm declaring it because it's not a secret. It's a relationship I'm proud of. He contributed a lot to my own political development. It's something that South Africans in that part of the country know it. So the reason why I'm saying it is because we have a business with him today and maybe tomorrow. And as the chairperson, I'm a human being. I must bring this to your attention so that if at some point during the proceedings members feel that the chairperson is not conducting himself very well or is exhibiting bias, members must be free to do so and understand where the bias may be coming from. I'm not saying that there will be that bias. I must be professional. But it's important for you to know, Chief Whip, that I know the witness that is appearing before us, and it will be unprofessional of me and dishonest to keep quiet about it. Thank you so much. So you must keep me on check. If you see I'm veering off the road, whip me back to line.
Have no fear, Chair, we'll do that thing.
Thank you so much. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Sorry, Chair, may I just also declare that I do know Mr. Mathale. Not quite as well as you do, but nevertheless, I do know him. But you can be sure there will be no bias.
Okay. Maybe I must check if there is any other member who wants to make a declaration.
No, Chair, I'll chair the proceedings today. So my first rule will be you and that honorable out, please.
No, you must be on standby, honorable member, in case the chair veers off the road. Honorable members, allow me to administer oath on the Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Deputy Minister, let me say the following, or let me read the following, that you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee which investigates allegations that have been made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. You have been invited to provide information to this ad hoc committee in relation to those allegations, so as to help the committee on its oversight work and investigations. The allegations include amongst others, alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team, otherwise known as the NPKTT or PKTT, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, SAPS, and alleged corrupt relationship between leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, and you will indicate whether you want to take oath or affirmation. We want to bring to your attention that, or we want you to be informed that by law you are required to answer questions fully and satisfactorily. And these are the questions which will be lawfully put to you. Or you may also produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. However, you are protected in that evidence that you will be giving under oath or affirmation before the House or Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. And please be aware that in terms of Section 17.2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes the House or a committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Honourable Deputy Minister, you are required to take an oath, and then you will indicate whether you are required to take an oath or affirmation, and you will indicate which one do you elect. If you elect to take an oath, you will say, I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth, and so help me God. And if you take affirmation, you shall say, I solemnly affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth, and so I do. Which one do you choose, Honourable Deputy Minister?
Oath.
You choose to take an oath. And then would you want me to read, or you just say it?
You can lead, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let me read it in part. You will start by mentioning your names in full and say that I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth.
I, Cassel Mathale, swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be truth.
The whole truth and nothing else but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing else but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. SC, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
We shall run until 13 hours.
As you please. Thank you. And honourable members, good morning, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Morning.
Every time I say honourable is a bit long, so when I say Deputy Minister, please, it's preceded by honourable. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again for making yourself available and for your 110% cooperation with us in terms of preparing. Your willingness to serve before this committee and share your experiences are highly valued. You've been a Deputy Minister under former Minister Bheki Cele and also more recently under Minister Mchunu.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So, given the terms of reference of this committee that you are familiar with, you can offer us some valuable insights into some of the challenges within the South African Police Service, as well as what some of the reasons are for some of those challenges, which we will discuss. And then also you've got some proposals to make for the committee in terms of the way forward on how to address some of these challenges and to what the remedial action to take place.
Yes.
So you're happy with that approach?
Yes, I am.
Now, if we may just start off, as indicated, you'd been a former Deputy Minister under Bheki Cele from 2019 until June 2024.
Yes, correct.
The role that you played under Minister Cele, if you can I just take you to the that when you have these fancy watches, Honourable Chairs. Apologies. At the back of your, there's an annexure, CCM1,
Yes.
which is dated the 2nd of August 2019. This is a delegation of powers for you as Deputy Minister. Can you just take us through that and discuss some of these aspects that's mentioned in the delegation?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to appear before the committee. The delegated responsibilities that I was given by the Minister were one...
Sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I'm audible now? Okay. It was Program 1, which is administration for the South African Police Service. And the second delegation was being responsible for the civilian secretariat for the police. The third was Independent Police Investigative Directorate, referred to as IPID, and CIRA, PCIRA, Private Security Industry Registration of South Africa, and the entities of SAPS, your DNA board, your DPCI judge. Thank you.
So, does this mean the scope of your functions as Deputy Minister, is it confined or restricted to these aspects that's mentioned here: police administration, public entities coordination, establishment of the Detective Training Academy, educational rural safety programs, women and youth development programs?
Yeah.
Is it confined to that, or
No.
or do you also have a broader functions?
I had broader responsibilities beyond this which have been stated here, and I will attend from time to time and when the Minister will assign me other functions to do. For instance, we had a retreat where we took decisions that needed to improve SAPS, addressing a variety of issues, which I dealt with that, working together with General Ravi, who is head of the strategic division within SAPS.
So, can I understand it this way, that in relation to these 5 delegated areas, where you, in fact, stand in the shoes of the Minister?
Yes, I was
He's
acting.
delegated those powers to you, and you can take and make decisions which obviously falls within the authority of the executive authority.
Absolutely.
But apart from that, you also interact with the Minister on
Yes.
everything else.
On everything else, for instance, there are occasions where I will attend meetings that have got nothing to do with those responsibilities at the invitation of the Minister. One of the meetings that I attended, for example, was a briefing in KZN. I think I went there twice, where we're discussing the political killings task team, for instance.
Okay. Can we just park that
Yeah.
for a moment, so that we can just understand the role that you play. Just as a matter of interest, you haven't been you didn't receive any written delegated powers of authority from Minister Mchunu. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Is there a reason why? Do you know why?
I will attribute that to the fact that the Minister came into the police department and here to familiarize himself with the workings of the department, which is quite extensive and broad. And since he came in to date, we were engaged in that process, which took quite some time, given the complexities of policing. And I think that is the reason why there was a delay. But I think we were almost at the tail end of those familiarization processes. Unfortunately, we are here and we have not yet dealt with that specific responsibility.
Except that it's more than a year.
Yes.
Since you were appointed as a deputy to Minister Mchunu.
Yes.
And if you look at the date on this delegation of powers, it's dated the 2nd of August 2019. I think it's 3 or 4 months after your appointment in 2019 in May.
2019.
You were appointed as deputy minister under Minister Cele on the 29th of May.
2019, yes.
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 And in August, you received this delegation of power.
Yes, of course it was quicker. I mean, we must understand we are talking of two individuals who have got different experiences. Minister Cele was a former national commissioner of the South African Police, and prior to that he has been working as an MEC responsible for transport and safety in KZN. So he has been working in the space. And when I came in, he was appointed in 2018 as Minister of Police. When I came in 2019, he was already in the space. So he was fairly familiar with the workings of SAPS. That's why it was easy for him to quickly delegate the responsibilities. And I think Minister Mchunu came in from water affairs, and he was in the public service and administration. So he didn't have the kind of exposure that Minister Cele had, and understandably so. He had to understand how the system works before he could say, these are your responsibilities, and these are responsibilities for the other deputy minister. So he had to familiarize himself with, and I think he, now as we speak, I think he knows what needs to be done and what needs not to be done with regard to delegation of powers. I can attribute the delays to that.
Would it be unreasonable to have expected you as a deputy minister to Minister Mchunu to be closer to Minister Mchunu given his relative inexperience in the role? The reason I ask that is so that we could just understand the scope of which we can inquire from you what the issues are in the police and how close or not you were to some of these issues, especially the ones that gave rise to this honourable committee, which is the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkunazi on the 6th of July. So if we can just maybe understand that.
Yeah. No, when Minister Mchunu was appointed into the space, one looked forward to working with him, given the fact that we know each other before he came into the ministry.
Are you comrades or associates?
He is a comrade of mine. He was a provincial secretary of KZN at some point, and I was provincial secretary of Limpopo, though he came later on when I was almost about to exit as a provincial secretary. And he became chair of KZN, and I was chair. So we fairly know each other politically. He's my comrade, and I was happy that he came into the space, so we could start from where we last ended. And I did everything within my ability to be very helpful to him and the team, and it was not only me who was providing that support to him. I think he also had with him a legal advisor who is fairly exposed to law and to SAPS, even though he was not necessarily working in SAPS himself, Advocate Bheki Cele. And Gavin has been a police officer, so fairly within the ministry there was that support. But also the National Commissioner provided the necessary support to the minister. So he was surrounded by all the people that I can say knew what needs to be done, and they offered that support to him.
So also just to understand, you said that Mr. Kabinde was a police officer.
Yeah, I came to learn that he was a police officer, so he understands how police work. I presume he does have that understanding.
Do you know that he also worked in IPID?
I also learned about that, yes.
Okay. And we I think most of us know Advocate Bheki Cele. He had in a previous life been the National Director of Public Prosecutions.
Yes.
So in terms of the legal framework and so on, I suppose that was a help.
Yeah.
But can you just take us through, don't spend too much time on it, what kind of briefings did you engage in with the Minister in terms of just understanding how SAPS worked? The Minister was appointed in July 2024.
Yeah.
So say between July 2024 and the end of the year in December 2024.
Yeah. We normally what police will do is to prepare a handover, and for the new minister. So he got that briefings, but from my side, I briefed him about the Department of Police, which is SAPS, your Civilian Secretariat for Police, IPID, CIRA, DPCI, and the entities that are there. And that we have the Commissioner, the deputies and the provincial commissioners who have been working fairly well with. And of course, I did say that we are not a perfect institution. There are challenges, but these are men and women that I believe we can make our own contribution to the fight against crime in the country. So those are the issues that I touched on in my briefings with him.
Yeah, perhaps I was asking more about some of these briefings that would have been structured, where you go to a meeting and presentations are made by various units and various sections within the police. Say for an obvious example, on finance and how the budget works and how that's allocated and so on.
Yeah, thank you. We had briefings that deals with the respective divisions within SAPS. We'll have briefings on visible policing. We'll have briefings on finances. We'll have briefings on detectives. We'll have briefings on DPCI, the Hawks. We had briefings on the Civilian Secretariat and briefings on IPID. Each of these briefings, for instance, those that had to do with policing, in the main, the person at the center of the briefings will be the National Commissioner. And the National Commissioner, depending on which division are we dealing with, he will then invite relevant people who are responsible for the division. For instance, if it's visible policing, it will be led by the National Commissioner, and in attendance it will be the Deputy National Commissioner, Visible Policing, General Msikidi. And she will come with the divisional head, which is General Mamuteti in this regard. And the detectives will also have the similar approach, where you will have the National Commissioner and the Deputy National Commissioner Detectives, General Sbia, who will then come with his components to that briefing. If the briefing also involves the crime intelligence, the National Commissioner will come with General Sbia, the DNC, and the Divisional Commissioner, which is General Kumalo, who will then do the detailed briefings of that specific item. When we dealt with human resource development, it will be the National Commissioner, it will be the acting DNC of human resource, and then it will be the Divisional Commissioner who is responsible for that space. And in this instance, because the organizational design, for instance, falls within that department, that division, you will then have the study group that is responsible for organizational development, making a presentation on the structure of police. So we'll have those intense discussions, but all of them are led by the National Commissioner as the accounting officer.
And obviously during those briefings there'd be questions and answers and interaction, exchange of views and things like that. Now, what would be of particular interest would be the briefing on organizational design, the organizational structure, and so on. That is where you discuss the various components within the police and so on. Was there any specific focus on any of the dedicated task teams? We know within SAPS, and in fact you must confirm with us whether some of these task teams still exist, like for example child trafficking, abduction, mining, extortion. These are task teams that we know were established.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, do they still exist?
Yes, they do.
Now those task teams, and of course you know where I'm heading, the political killings task team. If you discuss the organogram and the organizational structure, they wouldn't necessarily appear on the board or wherever the president. No.
Yeah. When a presentation was made on the organizational structure, we were discussing the structure in terms of what is there and what are the challenges that we are confronted with as a country, and will engage. And in the process of discussions with the officials, we then arrive at a determination, for instance, around the inspectorate, where we resolve that in terms of the structure and where we are, we need more men and women on the ground to fight crime. And we therefore resolve that we don't need to continue with the inspectorate, because the function that they perform it's a function that, you know, the civilian secretariat, they can easily perform that function because they do visit police station to look at their operations and their functionality. So we then agreed to do away with that structure, and the personnel involved there is going to be placed in different responsibilities. And beside that, we looked at visible policing. We had a division of visible policing, and when we discussed it, we came to the conclusion that yes, it's a necessary function, but the way it is structured, we also need the capability to put boots on the ground to deal with crime. And therefore, it will assist us greatly if we can separate visible policing and operational response, which were made one. And we then separated them. And we said, if we can structure ourselves in this way, we can become more effective in dealing with the problems or the challenges that we're confronted with. So broadly, that is how we discussed the new organizational structure, which was signed off, I think, this somewhere this year, May. I'm not sure of the exact date, but it took a while to finalize because you must consult with the unions and everybody concerned until you all agree this is the structure that you want to have.
Was there any discussion about integrating or reintegrating some of these task teams into, for example, murder and robbery? Because that is the one category component that you have.
Yes, we did talk of strengthening murder and robbery because that's our biggest problem. You have many people who get killed in the country. One which it creating a lot of problems, like the killing of traditional leaders. The House of Traditional Leaders have had engagement with us around that matter. So, and it's that and the killings that are taking place in the country, the Cape Flats, we have been here, communities are complaining about that. So we felt we must strengthen murder and robbery unit so that we can become effective in terms of the investigative capacity of our detectives around murder-related crime in the country.
Can you recall when you discussed organizational design, organizational structure, and would the political killings task team, would that have been specifically highlighted? Would it have been specifically mentioned, or was it just mentioned in passing?
Well, it might have been mentioned in passing because we didn't, in the organizational structure, discuss political killings because it's a task team that was established to deal with a specific problem. Here we're talking about a structure that must define policing in the country.
So just in relation to the political killings task team, you were appointed in May 2019.
Yeah.
And you probably, you know by now that the Interministerial Committee was established by the President in May 2018. So just over a year later, you become a Deputy Minister. When was your first experience of the political task team? What do they do? How do they operate? Who's in command, etc.?
When I first became part of a meeting. It was somewhere in KZN where a meeting was convened, and I was. I'm sorry.
Maybe put the mic up.
Yeah.
Then you can sit a bit back.
I was invited to a meeting in KZN where a briefing was done by the Political Killings Task Team. The interministerial committee of this team was taken mainly from the JCPS cluster ministers. The Minister of Justice and the Minister of Police were part of this ministerial committee, and below them were the operatives, where you had detectives and the prosecution authority comprising this team, which one might call a multidisciplinary team, and it also included the DPCI in that. So that was the team and how it was composed. The interministerial committee was the one that was politically responsible for the team in the 6th administration.
Would these interministerial committee meetings, they weren't frequent, they would be at most twice a year?
Yeah, no, they were not frequent.
Yeah. Would you attend these meetings?
I have attended 2 of them that I can recall, yes.
In your capacity as a deputy, or do you actually stand in for the minister?
His invitation. And of course, if the meeting is convened in his absence, then he will ask that I should attend. But what I recall are 2 meetings that I attended with him.
And at these meetings and the ones that
Yes, the operatives will be there and they will brief us about the work that they are doing.
is that where you know Lieutenant General Mkhonazi and Lieutenant General Khumalo? I think maybe at the time he would have been a brigadier general.
Well, Lieutenant General Mkhonazi, I have known him before I went to attend the meeting of the PKTT. Yes, Khumalo, I met him for the first time there when I went to KZN, and there was a briefing and he was in attendance.
And what was your experience of them briefing you and telling you what they're doing, whether they're achieving any success?
Well, the effectiveness of the team is not in question. They did an excellent job. Since they were instituted, there was progress around killings of activists, what one might call political killings that took place. There were progress. In fact, the effectiveness has never been an issue that was questioned within the space.
And when you said it was never in question, it never arose at all in your discussions with former Minister Cele?
No. That question was never asked.
March
Yes.
of 2024. That is, was that before the elections?
Yeah.
So, did you attend that one?
Yes, I did in KZN, yeah, at the Provincial Commissioner's Office.
And there was, did it follow the same format? There's a presentation to the IMC, and there's questions, I suppose, questions, answers, and so on. And what was your feeling when you left that meeting, as far as the political killing stars team is concerned?
Well, the meeting went well, and I didn't get an impression that there are problems around the team. I think everybody was happy with what was presented and what they were doing.
Okay. So, just to continue along that narrative, since it's also our focus, then we have the elections, and Minister Mchunu is appointed, and Minister Cele is disappointed. But we know, of course, why was he's given an explanation why he wasn't appointed. He was too low on the list or something like that. But what was your reaction to the appointment of Minister Mchunu?
Even though I have lost General Cele, whom by then we were working extremely well together, but I was given somebody else that I knew and that I've worked with, and
Did Minister Mchunu have any specific discussions with you and or Deputy Minister Boshielo in relation to the political task team between July 2024 and December 2024?
Well, we have had. You come again with the question, Senior Counsel?
Did Minister Mchunu have any specific discussions with you or meetings with you and or Deputy Minister Boshielo in relation to the political killings task team? It
is in this context that the issues that we discussed around the PKTT took place.
In Minister Mchunu says that you can you recall having a meeting specifically with Minister Mchunu in November of 2024?
Yes, I might not. We have had many meetings with him. So
well, I'm talking about the task team.
That's why I said we did discuss the task team as we were discussing the problems that the structure and how we think the structure must be structured and how we must strengthen certain units like murder and robbery so that we are able to address the problems of murder in the country. Because the political killings task team, it's a team that came as a result of the murder that was taking place amongst, which are politically related. That's why it was called Political Killings Task Team, but it is murder. And there was also the problem of the killing of traditional leaders, which is not political. It is murder as well. And killing of ordinary South Africans because either it's a robbery or gang-related matters, which is murder. And the rate at which we resolve these crimes is worrisome. Hence the need to strengthen the unit that deals with murder and robbery so that we are able to resolve any murder that takes place in the country. And in that context, then the issues of the task team like political killings came into the discussion.
Minister Mchunu says in his statement at paragraph 84, and I think we have made these statements available to you and your lawyers. On the 21st of November, I convened a meeting with the Deputy Ministers of Police to discuss the various allegations against and other identified challenges within the SAPS. A decision was taken at that meeting that I would meet with Lieutenant General Masimola to raise these concerns and engage with him on the same.
Yeah, we have had discussions and we have agreed on various occasions that there are issues that the minister should engage with the National Commissioner and process them so that by the time they come to us, they will have processed those issues. In some instances, it was a meeting with the Minister of Police in the absence of the National Commissioner, and in other instances where the issue of the two of them interfacing, they were both present. In the presence of the Minister and the National Commissioner, I have said so on more than one occasion, that the Minister and the National Commissioner must process things. There are certain things that the two of them must process before they come and discuss with us, because it does not assist for us to go into a meeting sometimes with other deputy national commissioners and divisional commissioners. We discuss issues that they should have found each other on before coming to engage with us. So yeah, there are many instances where we have had meetings and agreed that the two of them must, from time to have engagement outside ourselves, because the absence of that will lead to misunderstandings amongst them, which can create a problem for us. And we are here now, I think, because of that.
But I don't hear you say, and I certainly can't recall hearing Minister Mchunu say that those meetings, those engagements, focus specifically on the political killings task team.
Yes, we have had a meeting where specifically we discussed that. I'm not disputing that.
Because he then goes on to say that on the 22nd of November, he met with General Masimola, with the deputy ministers, that's yourself, Lieutenant General Sabia, and all the provincial commissioners present. But he says the purpose of the meeting was also to discuss the ministry's deep concerns about the elevated murder rate, the escalation of firearms, including illegal firearms, drugs, and GBV plus F issues.
Yeah, correct. We have had that, such a meeting.
At these meetings that you held in these briefings, did the minister at any stage give an indication that he's either not happy with the task team or that he intended to have it disestablished?
Yeah, he did raise that matter, that it must be de-established, and we had discussions around that.
When would that have been?
I can't recall the exact date.
Now, you know by now that the minister issued his directive on the 31st of December 2024. What was your, when did you first learn about the directive?
On the social media, that's where I picked it up. And then he then called, I think, was it, I'm not sure whether it was the 1st or the 2nd, but early January, that the letter that is circulating, he wrote the letter, because I thought it's fake.
Is that the usual way you learn about what the minister decides or has decided, that you learn about it on social media?
Well, that's not a right way. We have been interacting all along about everything that is to do with policing, but this we learned about it, unfortunately.
What was your reaction when you saw on social media that he had directed that the political killings task team be disbanded?
Well, as I said, I first dismissed it because it was odd for me to say something like that. And when he confirmed it himself, that he wrote it, and we must not be surprised. I didn't understand what could have motivated him to pen such a letter in the manner in which he did.
When did you first see the full text of the letter?
I'm not sure of the exact date, but yeah, I saw the full text. It was early January though, still, and I read it, and I had a problem because the way it was written, it was very difficult to comprehend how that is going to be realized, the content of the letter, because it was saying that the PKTT is disbanded with immediate effect, and that a close-up report must be submitted or a plan by 20 January, and then a close-up report by the end of the month. It was not practical to do those things.
So how would one describe your reaction to seeing this directive? Shocked, surprised?
It was unusual.
Baffled?
It was unusual. And I mean, it was not exciting. It was just problematic, yeah.
Because you also saw, and there's been, I don't know if you want to add your interpretation to the word immediately. You saw that in the letter.
Yeah, I saw that in the letter.
And I think you may have said that you found that to be
Yeah, I've said it's
problematic.
yeah. If something is immediate, is immediate. It is disbanded. It is disbanded, and then I need reports on this and that date. That closes the. It was problematic.
Now, you had worked with the minister for at least half the year, from July to December, and you've also known him in another capacity, as a political ally, comrade. When you saw the text or read the text of the letter, what was your sense? What was your impression? Is this the way he communicates? Is this the way he writes?
Look, it was very difficult to really put my thoughts together as to what was happening to him to craft the letter in the manner in which he did. And at the time that he did, I don't know what was going through his mind and the circumstances that he was in when he penned the letter. It's I don't know. Of course, he has said so to you here that he was seated at home and maybe the environment was such that he could apply his mind and pen that letter. But I don't know what he was going through, because a strong letter is not a light letter.
Would it be correct to say he didn't consult with you?
Of course, he didn't consult. The only time that he spoke to me, it was after the letter was out, and he was saying, "Yes, I've penned the letter. Don't be surprised."
Did you ask him what the reasons were, what informed the letter, what his motivations were?
I didn't question whether it's right for him to write a letter like that, because when an executive authority makes a decision and pens it down so that there's no misinterpretation of the decision, he has made a stand. He took a stand and communicated that stand.
What is your understanding between the divide between policy and operations? And you've been a deputy minister for a long time. You're familiar with sections 206 and 207 of the Constitution. You're familiar with the provisions in the Police Act, which prescribes the role, the various roles of the minister, the national commissioner, divisional commissioners. This is a directive disbanding an operational unit task team within the police. Could the minister do that?
The minister can communicate his views. Whether he's legally correct or wrong, I might not be able to interpret that, but he can communicate his directives in writing, and it's upon the recipient to receive and respond to that. And I think the National Commissioner responded in a manner that the immediate part of it was not operationalized. Because we are all aware that the committee, the task team is still there. Yeah.
So how soon into the new year did the minister discuss this with you? This is now after he's issued the directive.
I might not recall the exact date, but I mean, when we met and discussed, we discussed this issue way beyond January. When that January has come and gone, and the PKTT has not been disbanded. But like I said earlier, that there were discussions around this. For instance, I remember a discussion where the issue of General Khumalo came into being, that as we are strengthening crime intelligence, it will be appropriate that he focus on crime intelligence, and probably the National Commissioner look at getting somebody who can full-time attend to the PKTT.
Yeah, you do mention, and you'll see at paragraph 54 of your statement, that the discussions you did have with the minister seem to be more about the head of crime intelligence now also heading the PKTT.
Yeah, because that was the case. Even now, because that decision has not been made, that is still the case. But one was of the view that if we were to be true to what we are saying, it will be appropriate that Lieutenant General Khumalo be allowed to pay special attention to crime intelligence, because he is responsible for that. And we get some senior officer, either a major general, to take up the responsibility of heading the political killing task team. Because even Khumalo, by the time he was heading it, he was a major general before he became a head of CI.
But there was never any talk of disbanding or disestablishing the task team.
Well, the earlier discussions that came, that the unit must be done away with, there was a discussion around that. There was, because we were saying let's strengthen murder and robbery, and all murder-related cases be dealt with by the murder and robbery unit.
But you can't remember when that discussion took place? Was that before the directive?
Before the letter, yes. Before the letter.
So let me come back to then what was your reaction when you saw the directive?
The letter?
Yes.
No, the letter. I'm saying that the letter came as a surprise to me, particularly the immediate disbandment of the unit and the dates that were set there. That to me was a problem, because the people who can be able to say we think we can close up this through this particular process are the operatives themselves out of an engagement.
Were you aware of the fact that the people in charge of the operations of the PKTT, General Mkhwanazi and Lieutenant General Khumalo, that they had not been consulted about the disestablishment of the task team?
Well, because the discussions we were having with the National Commissioner, for that decision to ultimately be implemented, it will necessarily need the engagement of all the role players.
Yeah. But don't you think that the minister should have consulted with them? They're the people directly involved.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that the ultimate dissolution will have to take place after interacting with all the relevant role players. And this includes them.
The task team itself, was there any doubt in your mind that this task team was operating legally within the prescripts of SAPS, within an allocated budget, and falling under the authority of the National Commissioner, ultimately?
Yeah. I never doubted that.
Did the minister ever mention to you or indicate to you or give you any idea that actually this political task team is not operating legally?
Yeah. Well, you know, the discussions around this, it was not based on the legality of the unit or not, because that was never in question. I don't remember a meeting where we discussed that the team is illegal or something like that. That never arose.
Were you at the January the 8th ANC celebrations in, I think it was in Cape Town?
Yeah, I was.
In Kalitsa?
Yes.
Did you discuss this directive with the minister at that gathering, or maybe even with former Minister Cele at that gathering?
No, at the gathering, the minister was not present.
Did you discuss it with the president?
No.
Did the minister tell you that he discussed it with the president?
Well, he might have discussed with the president, because in our engagement we did say the minister must take the president into confidence on the things that he intends to do. So he must discuss with the president. Whether he discussed with the president or not, I don't know, because I was not in attendance.
Subsequent to the directive, and after you had sight of it or heard about it, read about it on social media, did you discuss the directive with the National Commissioner or any of the Deputy Commissioners, or with Lieutenant General Kunazi or Kumalo?
No, with General Kunazi and Kumalo, no, but with the National Commissioner. In the meetings that he was in, we did discuss it, but not outside those meetings.
And as you were discussing it, what was your sense of whether this directive, which required the immediate disestablishment of the task team, where was this now going?
The immediate was not happening, because, as I said to you, I mean, if up to now the task team exists, so the crafting of the letter, it just made it difficult to implement what was in there, because it's not possible. Once something is immediate, in the day-to-day use of immediate, it's immediate.
Okay. And the other aspects of this directive, that the National Commissioner must have a report ready on the 20th of January. Did you know whether that was done or not?
There are things that didn't happen because of that. For instance, the issues around filling up of posts didn't happen, which had any what one can say a negative impact on the strengthening of the crime intelligence that we're engaged in.
So you weren't privy to the report which the National Commissioner gave to the Minister, I think it was on the 22nd of January.
On the close-up report?
Yes.
Well, most of the reports the National Commissioner and the Minister discussed them in our presence, but I'm not sure which specific report you are referring to.
Yeah. Do you meet with the Minister once these reports are submitted to him and copied to you? Do you discuss them?
Normally, when there are briefings, they will make copies available, and we will then discuss them. Depending on the sensitivity of the documents, we will then hand them over. But if they are not sensitive, we keep them.
Now, on the 5th of March, it was an online meeting that you, your other deputy, the Minister, and all the senior officials held with the Police Portfolio Committee. Do you remember that
Yeah.
meeting? Did you have a briefing before going into that meeting?
Yes, we ordinarily, before we go to the Portfolio Committee, we'll have a briefing. And after the briefing, we'll then go and appear before the committee. But in some instances, we'll just go to the meeting without having processed the document ourselves because of the time constraints that were there between the request for the meeting and the meeting sitting. But yeah, we do, normally we do discuss them before we appear.
Can you recall what was on the agenda for that meeting?
I can't recall what we discussed, but I know that at the end of the meeting, the Provincial Commissioner of KZN did respond to or make a comment in that committee meeting where he raised issues that some of which one was hearing them for the first time, and I was a bit uncomfortable with that.
Now, one of the big items on the agenda was the political killings task team.
Yeah. That I recall, yeah.
And the presentation was actually done by Lieutenant General Khumalo.
Khumalo, yes.
What do you recall about that briefing?
No, it was briefing the committee about the work that the PKTT was doing and its successes since inception to date.
And what was your recollection of how Khumalo dealt with the issue of the directive and that the Minister had called for the immediate disestablishment of the task team?
Well, the briefing to the committee, I don't recall it talking to the directives of the establishment of the task team. It was just briefing the committee on the work of the PKTT.
And can you recall more or less what Khumalo said about, is the team being disestablished? Has it been disestablished? Because it's now on the 5th of March. The directive of 31 December 2024 said it must be disbanded immediately.
Yeah. No, that's why I was saying that the briefings and what happened vis-a-vis the letter were two different things, because here we are briefing the committee on the work that the PKTT is doing. It was not a report that was saying the PKTT is being de-established.
Were you surprised by that?
No, I was not surprised, because we were there, we were briefing the committee, and I was part of the briefings, even though it was done by Khumalo. But he was doing it on behalf of all of us.
But were you not surprised that you didn't hear them talk about the immediate disbandment of the PKTT? But he was talking about a transition or a phasing out approach.
No, I was not.
Okay. And then you also heard Lieutenant General Nkwenazi speak in that meeting.
Yes.
Do you recall clearly listening to what he had to say, and that he was not happy with the state of affairs surrounding the task team?
Yeah, he raised issues, and including what he has a problem with about people who seems to be having the ear of the minister, who seems to be having more information than what other people have.
At the conclusion of that meeting, or rather after that meeting, there was another meeting the very next day on the 6th of March. Did you attend that meeting?
Yes.
Where a further presentation was made by Khumalo, by the senior police?
About the senior police?
Yeah, by the senior management.
Okay.
Khumalo, yes.
There's a meeting that I missed, which General Khumalo had, where he was briefing about the drug cartels. That I did not attend. So I'm not sure whether
you can't recall attending that meeting?
No, that one I didn't attend.
Okay. Did you attend the meeting on the 27th of March? There was a further briefing on the 27th of March.
Yeah, I did, yes.
You think, or you know?
Well, I'm not sure, but if you can assist me, to recall what the events.
Well, in terms of assisting you, I think your PA had mentioned during a consultation that you were at that meeting, but you didn't have there was no minute of that meeting because the minute had never been approved. So you're unable to provide us with a minute of the meeting.
Yeah.
But that you were at that meeting.
Yes, I recall that, yes.
So you were at the meeting.
Yeah.
Can you recall that Minister Mchunu was, to quote both General Masemola and Lieutenant General Kwanazi, was very angry that the PKTT was not closed and was not being closed. It wasn't being disestablished in accordance with his directive.
Yeah. He was dissatisfied, yes. I recall that.
You prefer the word dissatisfied. So we add that word now also to our lexicon. Was he very angry or was he dissatisfied?
He was dissatisfied.
Very dissatisfied.
He was dissatisfied, Senior Counsel.
You're just being diplomatic.
No, not really.
He wasn't happy.
He was dissatisfied.
So, because now we at the end of March, the directive is end of December, and I suppose this is what you almost predicted or thought at the time when you saw the directive, that this is not going to happen.
Yeah, the directive is the way the note was crafted was problematic. So we are in March, now we are in October. We are still in the same situation.
Yeah. Can you recall what the reaction was of the Minister's Chief of Staff?
Normally they comment less in our meetings, so I can't recall in this instance whether I said anything.
Okay. Now, when you were Deputy Minister to former Minister Cele, can you recall who the senior officers were that were heading the organization? The National Commissioner, Divisional Commissioners, section heads and so on?
Yeah, yes I do.
Are you able to name them?
The National Commissioner was General Stoller. Excuse me. The head of Deputy National Commissioner Detectives was General Mfaze. May his soul rest in peace, because he has since passed on. And you had Deputy National Commissioner Policing, General Masemola. And Deputy National Commissioner Human Resource, General Vuma, who is currently under suspension. Yeah.
And crime intelligence?
When I arrived there, it was General Jacobs, who was later removed. And then General Kumalo came in.
Yeah.
But Kumalo came in later on. But it was General Jacobs during Stoller's time. But he left that responsibility while General Stoller was still in the service.
What was Minister Cele's relationship, or your relationship with former National Commissioner Sithole?
Well, my relationship with the minister was excellent. Of course, I didn't know what it would be like when I was appointed there, because I knew him at a distance. But when I came to work with him, we established a good working relationship. Maybe I should say I don't have problems with working with other people. I acclimatize easily. But of course, the relationship between the minister and General Stoller, it was not okay, because At some point, I think General Stolle had to leave SAPS.
Yeah. And General Masemola?
General Cele and General Masemola related very well. And I also relate very well with the National Commissioner.
And we now know about the press conference of Lieutenant General Mchunu, which we'll deal with finally. Did these issues or problems highlighted by Lieutenant General Mchunu, did they manifest in that period when you were Deputy Minister under Minister Cele?
No, we never experienced that posture from General Mchunu. But of course, when I was listening to some of the proceedings here, even though I didn't follow everything, there was an indication that he wanted to engage with the minister. But that platform was not provided. And I guess that is what might have motivated him, because he couldn't get an outlet to raise his issues, to do what he did.
Because one gets the impression that that what Lieutenant General Mchunu highlighted in his media briefing on the 6th of July had been there for quite a long time and had been simmering and festering within SAPS for a long time, and had now come to the fore to the extent that he found it now unacceptable. So it's not something that just arose on the 5th of July and now he's having a media briefing on the 6th of July.
I think if he was given the opportunity to engage with the executive authority, probably will not have arrived where we are. There have been differences of opinion even when Minister Cele was in the space. Police did not necessarily see things the same way. But it never went to an extent that one of the officers could want to vent their frustrations, the manner in which General Mchunu did. And the differences that he spoke about, I'm convinced that should he has been given an ear, there should have been a way to manage what we find ourselves with. In fact, the interface between the executive authority and the accounting officer, if it was stronger, we would not have arrived here.
But we've heard evidence, we heard the evidence of Lieutenant General Mchunu. Here we've also heard his evidence at the Matlanga Commission that his press conference on the 6th of July was a last desperate attempt to highlight these issues. He has done so, he's tried to do so. We know of a WhatsApp that he sent to Minister Mchunu on the 4th of April, where he implores the minister to meet with him. In fact, meet with him, meet with the National Commissioner, the deputies, Sabia, and also with a man by the name of Brown Mahotsi, and the minister responded and say, okay, I acknowledge receipt of your WhatsApp and I'll revert, I'll get back to you, and he never did. What do you do in that instance?
That's why I'm saying that if he had been given an audience, I think would not have been here. But because he didn't get an outlet, we thought it would be right for him to do what he did. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but I think it could have been avoided.
Yeah, I mean, if we look objectively at the events, he's always been heading this political task team, isn't it?
Ask his?
Lieutenant General Mchunu.
Yeah.
He's always been, that's his project. And you know that from the first time when you interacted with the Interministerial Committee, the presentations done by him and Khumalo.
I don't know whether it will be correct to say that is his project. It happens to be in KZN. But I can say it's the president's project because the president initiated a process that led to the formation of this team. And obviously the team is established in a province. And in a province you have got a provincial commissioner who then is responsible for policing matters in that province. And the political task team being established in KZN, which is under the jurisdiction of the Provincial Commissioner General Mkhwanazi, it's logic that he has to oversee that. Maybe in that context you can say it's his baby, but that does not remove the fact that it's a presidential intervention to a problem that was confronting our people in that part of the country.
Yes, I think we accept it's common cause that it was a presidential initiative, but it was then operationalized.
Yeah.
And ultimately the National Commissioner would have been responsible for that.
Of course.
But the person we know who was at the forefront of this was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
Yeah.
He appointed Khumalo as the project leader.
Yeah.
But I think why I mentioned this, I don't think we need to spend any more time on it, is that the Minister Mchunu, never consulted Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, given his prominent role on the task team, before he issued a directive to disestablish the team.
Senior Counsel, even if that was not the case, but if he has reached out wanting to ask for a meeting, why not? You give him, you grant him that. We meet with people not because of their position, but because they request for a meeting. Then you accede when you have time to do so.
Okay. But I don't understand, because was there any reason for Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to reach out to Minister Mchunu when he had absolutely no idea that he actually intended to disestablish the task team?
But General Mkhwanazi is a provincial commissioner. If he asks to see the minister, I see no reason why the minister can't meet him.
But for what purpose? I mean, he would meet with the minister and the national commissioner in relation to matters generally affecting KZN. If he was the provincial commissioner there, they would meet perhaps at some of these briefings you referred to.
Yeah.
But if he's got no idea that the minister actually wants to disestablish the team, why would he specifically request a meeting with the minister.
General Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
Well, I don't know why you wanted to meet him, but from the clip that I heard you play here, he was asking for a meeting, and I'm saying he should have been granted the meeting.
No, that was after the directive. I'm not sure whether we misunderstanding each other.
Okay.
The WhatsApp he sent was on the 4th of April of 2025,
Yeah.
which is just under 4 months after the directive. Before that, he didn't ask to speak to the minister specifically.
Okay.
He obviously didn't know what was going on in the minister's head, but about this tasked him.
Okay.
Because you seem to indicate, well, maybe the media briefing on the 6th of July was a step too far and was a bit too drastic, because he should have raised these issues maybe in the form of a grievance with the minister or the national commissioner before going public.
Well, because he says he did that because he didn't get the opportunity to raise the things that he wanted to raise with the relevant people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said it was a last resort.
Yes. So if they've given him a hearing, it will not have happened.
But do you accept that he had done what he could to address these issues before going public?
Yeah, I accept that.
You do?
Yeah.
Now, there was a WhatsApp. Go to paragraph 11 of your statement. Sorry, is it? No. No, sorry. Is it not in the statement? Yeah. I think we shared a WhatsApp with you that was exchanged between General Sabia and a deputy minister. It's not clear, or maybe you can tell us, is that a reference to you, or is it a reference to your colleague, Deputy Minister Bheki? It's dated the 16th of October 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And it reads as follows. Good afternoon, DM. I don't know if that's a reference to Deputy Minister, Deputy Minister Mashale.
No, it just means Deputy Minister, and it can be any Deputy Minister, not necessarily...
well, the question is it you?
No.
You don't know, maybe if you look at the contents, and you can tell us whether you're aware of this. A source has indicated that CI, that's crime intelligence, has procured new spyware equipment to the value of 13 million rands over the past weekend. The equipment was sourced from China and did not follow the normal processes, e.g. minister needs to sign for anything above 10 million. Furthermore, it was reported that this equipment was obtained on the instruction of former Minister Bheki Cele. Therefore, only a handful of individuals are privy to the details of the procurement and its usage. They include the current DivCom, the Secret Service Account Head, and Supply Chain Head, and a tech specialist. It is believed that the usage of said equipment will be for political purposes, targeting ANC leadership. And then as comments, DM should take note of the above and exercise vigilance with any type of electronic communication, such as cell phones, emails, etc. Then there's also a mention of Comrade Matabula.
Senior Counsel, if you follow the content of that message, it's clear that the person who wrote it is peddling information. And if you receive such a message, you dismiss it, because it says that for any amount above, is it 30 or 20, 10 million, you need the authority of the minister. There's no such a thing. There's no such a thing. The minister has no role in procurement. Whether it's for 1 cent or for whatever amount, the minister have no opinion. It's the responsibility of a supply chain. If there is a person who have authority, is the accounting officer. So you can see that the person who wrote that thing have no clue. And you can take that information and approach the National Commissioner, for instance, with it. The National Commissioner, his first reaction will be, this one does not know his or her responsibilities, because the minister have no role to play. And you see they also bring Minister Cele into the picture. The intention is not good of the writer. So the long and short of it is that I didn't receive that. And if I did, I would not have forwarded it to anybody, because that there is no way in the administration where ministers play a role in deciding on who adjudicate a tender of 30 million or 10 million. It doesn't arise.
But isn't this an attempt, or the illustration, rather, of an attempt to influence the procurement process? We know that we look at the prescripts of procurement policy and procedures. We know that the minister and deputy ministers, least of all, don't have any role to play in that process.
I mean, how do you influence procurement on that WhatsApp? Because it doesn't make sense what is written there.
I don't know, maybe you know.
Anyway, I haven't received it, but whoever wrote it, it does not have good intentions.
It's alleged here that Sabia wrote it. And you say that doesn't
that Sabia wrote
indicate good. Yes, that's not good intentions.
If it's him who wrote it, really, I think he himself is confused about procurement processes, and I don't think he can write such a thing. To say any procurement of above 10 million needs the authority of the minister. If he doesn't know that you don't need something like that, I think it's problematic. But anyway, maybe I shouldn't comment more on it, because I don't know it. I didn't receive it. Yeah. If some DM has received it, I think that particular DM will have to clarify that. I did not.
And you obviously know Deputy Police Commissioner Sabia.
Yes, I do. But I'm not sure whether it's referred to her there. I don't know.
How well do you know?
I know almost the same comments that the chair of the committee made here. She is from Sishio in Limpopo, in Polokwane. And she has been an activist for some time in the youth movement, and I've been a leader of the youth movement in the province since the 80s. Let me say since 1985.
Sorry, Deputy Minister, I hope you not misunderstand. I'm asking about Sabia.
Oh, Sabia.
I
thought you said, do you know her? I said yes. I'm sorry.
No.
No, I'm sorry, Senior Counsel. General, you are referring
I'm
to
sure
General
Sabia
Sbia.
is a lot younger too.
General Sbia.
Yes.
No, I know him. He's the Deputy National Commissioner, Detectives. I know him.
What's your relationship with him?
Like all of them, I relate with all the police there, but nothing beyond that. I relate with them very well, all of them. There is not a single officer that I don't relate with, all of them. And of course, I relate with them in terms of their ranks. Their chief is General Masemol, and the rest follow behind that, including provincial commissioners. I relate well. Like I said with you here earlier on, I don't have difficulties in working with people. If I'm given a task to work with anybody, that makes me to work under somebody or as somebody senior to that person, I don't have problems in working with people.
And Brown Mkhotsi?
Brown Mkhotsi, yeah, that is one that I don't know. I don't know that one. I've heard about him with these things that is happening, but
you didn't see him there on January the 8th?
January, there were many people there. If you don't relate with a specific person, when there are many people, there is no way that you will know who this one is. So I don't know him. I've never met him. Let me not say I've never met him, because you might find that I was in a space where he was as well, but I don't know him.
And the allegation that he was, he ran the president's election campaign?
Well, I don't know people who were running the president's election campaign. They okay, not generalize that. I don't know. I might know some, but generally speaking, I don't know who was doing what in the campaign. I was not in the center of the team, so the individuals involved, I don't know.
Because he's quite a well-known political operator within the party.
No. I think he's quite a well-known operator within the people that he works with, not within the party.
Prominent people within the party.
Well,
like the president.
Yeah, maybe you see, the ANC is an organization that have got all manner of people in it. And he is one of those individuals who are part of this body called the African National Congress, who do things that they are not reflective of what this organization is all about. And he can know leaders of the ANC, including knowing the president, but there is not a shred of evidence that he is ANC. He is a member, yes. He knows leaders, yes. They've influenced processes in the movement, yes. But that does not necessarily make them ANC.
Well, I recall, I think it was a week or two ago, he was interviewed. And he's a member of the ANC. And but the only issue was whether he was still a current member or whether it's expired. There's no doubt that he's a member of the ANC.
Yeah, look, I'm not questioning that. And I'm not saying he's not a member. I'm saying in the organization, you have got individuals who are part of this organization for motives beyond what this organization stands for. And Mkhotsi is one of those. And I will not say he is not a member even as I'm speaking now, I can't say he's not a member, I don't know. But he is that character that he is. And he's not the only one. There are quite a number of characters in there, because the ANC was engaged in a program to transform this country, to create a democratic dispensation. And there were those who believed in the cause that opposes this project. And they did everything possible to ensure that it does not succeed. And these elements are still there within the broader body called South Africa. And some of them, you find them within the organization who are not necessarily for the transformation, including institutions of government. And in our space, the police were at the center of maintaining the apartheid machinery. And at the center of those were the security branch, who did not die when the new dispensation was created. And in fact, who became part of what we today call the South African Police Service. You have elements whose mandate and mission is to frustrate the democratic project. And the individuals like those, the character we're talking about, they fall in that category. But they have the same card that I have and the same card that all other members are having, but the intentions are not the same.
Okay. Now, we know from the evidence here thus far that you have, for example, General Masemola, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on the one side, you have Minister Mchunu, Sabia on another side. In your statement, you say you're not aware of any factionalism in the police services.
Yeah. I maintain that rogue elements are rogue elements. In the South African police, we have men and women who serve with integrity. A week or two back, we were in this room leading a delegation of the South African police to present our annual performance plan. And of course, we were politely asked to come back the next day. We will be coming back here. I said to the chair, who incidentally happened to be the member of this committee, that yes, there are difficulties that we are going through in SAPS. But these difficulties does not mean that the South African Police Service is in disarray. It's intact and it's able to carry out its responsibilities. That's why we were ready and prepared to present to the committee. And of course, the chair will invite us at the appropriate date to go and present. The individuals that create problems in SAPS, in whatever form and shape, they remain individuals. They are not reflective of the organ called the South African Police, but they are individuals within the South African Police that are problematic. The democratic project is not supported by everybody, and you will have elements who are against it. The fight against crime is a fight against individuals who do not want to do things the right way. And these individuals, they have got an interest in their own survival. And for them to survive, they must inflict pain to the instrument that is at the disposal of our people, in this case, the South African police. And they will want to contest, they will want to have influence, they will want to have people who are in their corner. I will not stand here, evidence leader, through you, Chair, and say that police, you don't have these elements. They are there. They are there. But I can't say we have got factions. If you say there is General Masemula, General Mkwanazi one side, General Sivia and the minister one side, maybe the way you are putting it, I must agree with you that you might be having those, but those are not a definition of the South African police.
Honourable Chair, perhaps we'll inquire or interrogate this a bit further after lunch to discuss what you seem to describe as just a bad apple syndrome. And if you remove the bad apples, everything's going to be okay. I'm not sure that from what we've heard thus far before this committee that it's as simple as that.
No, it's not as simple as that.
Maybe we can discuss it better after lunch.
Yeah.
Honourable Chair.
How much time do you need?
We at the tail end.
Yeah.
We at the tail end.
Yeah. The thing is, I want to prepare my members so that they must know that when we come back, they should be ready with questions. That's why I want to ask you, when we come back from break, we are going to break until 2 o'clock. When we come back from break, how much time will you need to conclude
It will be a maximum of 30 minutes.
Let's say 30 minutes to 1 hour.
No, it won't be 1 hour. It's 30
Yeah,
minutes.
I'm just being generous and flexible. So I want my members to be ready by 3 o'clock. Is that reasonable, members? By 3 o'clock, you should be ready. And you can see that the statement of today is not taking us 2 days. So even the time that the chair will allocate will not be 1 hour, 20 minutes. The chair will think about it, but will reasonably allocate time that will allow members to engage with the witness. Thank you so much. Let's break and come back at 14 hours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon. When I say good afternoon, I'm greeting you. I know that you know it is afternoon. Yes, thank you. Because where I come from, they say you never stop greetings. Madumera Afele, Advocate Mokhaitz. Welcome, Honorable Nomval. Welcome, Honorable Mwango. Good afternoon to you. Honorable Kola Barnett has requested to be released for some time. She may be able to rejoin us if she could. She had a prior commitment. So we are going to proceed. And I had earlier made an indication that Honorable Malema was going to join us later. He's no longer able to join us due to other commitments that he could not be able to reschedule. So we are going to proceed and allow you, SC, to conclude. Welcome back, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
We will allow you and the SC to conclude your evidence. Over to you, SC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Hello, afternoon.
Maybe it's easier to answer the questions on a full stomach.
If it was my wish, I would have requested that us to conclude then, because I thought you intended to conclude at that moment. But with the wisdom of the chair said I must go and eat something so that I can concentrate proper. Probably I'll be better off now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister, Deputy Minister, I just want to test your, well, I labeled it as such, but it seems to me you say that there isn't much, or if anything, wrong with the South African police services because there's a few bad people. And does that mean that if and when these bad people, so-called, are identified and we get rid of them, as it were, by following whatever procedures have to be followed, then everything will be hunky-dory and the police service will operate as it should?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I will be incorrect to say that if you remove 2 or 3 people that are problematic, you will then have a perfect system. Why I'm saying that the SAPS broadly, it's okay, is because you are talking of over 100,000 men and women who are in uniform. And those that are rogue or work with criminal elements do not represent a greater proportion of the police. You remove these rogue elements, you will have a police service that will be able to operate without people who are managed somewhere. But that does not suggest that the environment in which we work, you will not have people who get captured or who get influenced to work with criminal cartels. Criminals themselves, by nature of how they work, they will always want to tap into an institution that is meant to deal with them. They will want to outsmart the system. They will want to make sure that police don't get them. And the only way to do so is to also devise strategies or tactics to get to understand what is happening within policing. So the context within which we are fighting crime makes it impossible to have a 100% insulated institution. We will have elements from time to time in it. So if this process assists us to clean the wrong elements, it doesn't necessarily mean 20 years, 30 years down the line, you will not find ourselves seated in a situation where we are confronted with elements who are working with criminals to undermine the institution. They will be there, but I believe if we deal with this, we will be able to do policing in the country.
Now, perhaps we're talking about at least two different things. The one that has emerged in this case is the infiltration, or certainly if Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi has his way, the infiltration into the whole criminal justice system of drug cartels and high-end individuals, high-end because of the proceeds of crime, and the infiltration at the highest level. And fingers have been pointed at certain individuals in this hearing at the Matlanga Commission. So there's that, which we can discuss briefly. The other one is, you would agree, crime levels in our country is unacceptably high.
Yes.
And that would be, the causes of that would be incompetence, incapacity, a lack of funding, gaps within the police. I mean, I didn't particularly listen, but if you listen to the ballistics evidence at the Matlanga Commission yesterday, it's in the ballistics, which is so critically important because we have so much illegal firearms around. So it's very important to identify the right bullet and all that. But because we're underfunded, we don't have enough people to work in that particular area. And of course the criminals know this.
Yeah.
And it's even worse when they have people on the inside who tell them this, or who work with them. But so in this inquiry, and this is to test your I don't know if it's a theory or if it's just your sense that it's some bad people. They're people highly placed, and according to the evidence, I rely on the evidence that if you join the dots, this directive on 31 December comes at this, apart from it being 31 December, which is, you would agree, a highly unusual day or date to issue a directive of such importance. You're nodding your head, you agree?
I fully agree that the 31st, it's a...
So you do that, and then there appears to be, yes, according to you anyway, the minister chatted to you and deputy minister and so on, but the people involved in the PKTT, they're not consulted. Those are the facts, objectively. The minister relies on a number of reasons why or what informed the directive, including a letter written to him. I'm sure you heard of the Mary de Haas letter. You heard of Patricia Mashale, who was referred to the Inspector General. But I put it only subsequently, but the the Inspector General actually said that, look, it's highly unreliable. 70–80% of it hasn't been proven. But he relies on things like that. And there's other reasons. So, and then you have the disestablishment of the PKTT, a unit that you have rightly conceded was highly effective, and you can't think why it would be disbanded. But if you link the work that the PKTT does, because now its sort of role has also been expanded to Fort Hare, and it's now also assisting the Gauteng murder and robbery in relation to their dealings with a crime syndicate and a drug syndicate there, and the arrest on the 6th of December, which Kumalo says, when Guanazio said that switched the lights on for them. Then you hear the evidence that Mathale said to the minister, allegedly, that Sabia was going to draft an affidavit which would implicate, to former Minister Cele. He's going to draft an affidavit implicating Kumalo in the theft of a stolen Rolex. So former Minister Cele must speak to Kumalo about this. Now, if all this is true, this you would agree, this points to a much more serious problem. And then fast forward into 2025, what appears to be the refusal of the minister to accede to a request by Lieutenant General Nkonazi to discuss the political killings task team with him, his apparent irritation, if not anger. I think you called it, what did you call it? He didn't appear to be satisfied.
I said he expressed his dissatisfaction.
Dissatisfaction. So the evidence from General Masemola, even he, further on into 2025, he says if you join the dots, then all this looks very suspicious. So I'm hoping that was a fair narrative or fair summary of what we've heard thus far. Now, given that summary, isn't this more than what you're telling us? Because you're also here to help us deal, because you address the challenges, but it seems to me pointless you addressing the challenges when you say actually the challenges is just get rid of 4 or 5 people and everything will be hunky-dory. And that's not what you're saying.
No.
Then you must tell us a bit more.
No, I said, SC, that the institution SAPS is intact. Yes, you have elements who do what they are not supposed to do. You remove these elements, will SAPS operate? I say it is operating now. It will operate better. But this does not mean that you won't have elements that do things that they are not supposed to do. Because if I say that, and 6 months down the line or 12 months down the line, something comes out that somebody is engaged in activities that they are not supposed to engage in, and then I will be asked, but you said it will never happen. So I can't sit here and say something like that. This is a big institution, as I said, over 100,000 men and women that are functional. You have a minority that is doing what is not supposed to do. We have these hearings now. involving the minister, the national commissioner, the provincial commissioner of KZN as the main person. But the institution is functioning effectively despite this. This is an indication that the body is well. It's just that the body is not 100% well. Because if it was 100% well, we wouldn't be here.
Oh, well. I thought you said white. No, well.
No, well. Well, yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, Senior Counsel. A perfect society or a perfect institution we wish to have, we will always have elements in it that are doing things they are not supposed to do. And I agree with your session around the resources that SAPS that have affected SAPS. For instance, the number of police officers that we have today is less than what we had in 2010. So over the years, people have been leaving because of old age, others resigning because there are other things they are pursuing. But we're not replenishing every year. It's in the past 3 years that the president intervened and we were able to recruit 10,000 personnel every year to join SAPS, which gave us 30,000 over 3 years. It has never happened in the history of South Africa to train 10,000 police officers at a go. And our institution could not carry these 10,000 at the same time. We had to talk to the army to provide barracks for us to train some of our officers. It was an intervention to try and build the personnel, because we have instances where in a shift you find 1 or 2 police officers working because of the shortage. So yeah, the issue of resources has been a problem, but there have been an intervention that assisted us to do, and I hope that the president will intervene again so that maybe in the next 3 years or 4, we can train another 10,000, which will assist us to stabilize the institution in terms of personnel. Of course, the resources, machinery, vans, and police stations, there is also a serious shortcoming in that regard, which we discussed and agreed that we must be innovative and think outside the box if we are to effectively deal with these shortages of building police stations, acquiring vehicles, and other equipments that are necessary for our operations.
Now, if you hear, like we've heard in this hearing, that highly placed ministers and former ministers share the telephone numbers and WhatsApp messages with well-known, notorious criminals or alleged criminals involved in high crime, would you do something like that? Have you got any numbers of gangsters or people involved in crime at a high level? Do you share numbers with them?
I don't.
You don't, because you don't think it's prudent and it's the right thing to do?
I'm deployed here to be part of the team that fight crime. And at a political level, I must conduct myself in such a manner that I lend credence to that mandate that I have been given. So I will not knowingly have communication and correspondences with people who are engaged in criminal activities.
Because one of the things that it's a very important aspect that this honourable committee must look at is how do we restore trust and confidence in the South African police services?
Trust and confidence is earned by the actions that we engage in. If we interact with the South African population in such a manner that we don't earn their trust, we will not get that. I have said on several occasions when I interact with the leadership of the police and with communities that we must earn our trust. When we go to a community and we engage with the community must be able to say, we are happy with the conduct of police officials in our local station, in the district, in the province and national. And until they say so, we must know that we have not reached that objective. But it is doable because there are police officers both at a station level and even at a provincial or district or national level who have earned the respect of our people by their conduct. And people come to have confidence in them. But if we engage in such a manner that people don't feel and trust what we say, it will be a steep hill. But it's doable because I've seen it practically where we have intervened, for instance, at a locality, removed a station commander, put a new station commander, that station commander establishing working relations with the community. And the community will say, we are happy with this station commander. Or they will say, when you go and have a community outreach program, they will say, when you live here, you must live with this station commander because he or she is not serving us to our satisfaction because of A, B, C, D.
But now the problem is worse than that. We're not talking about station commanders. The evidence here is that at the highest level of the police, crime detection, support services, policing, the Hawks, crime detection, crime intelligence, this is what's all emerged here. Yes, it does impact and affect the police, the members down there, because they take instructions from these high-level people. But if you have a minister or a former minister with the phone numbers, and not only phone numbers, but exchanging messages, or even worse, meeting with these people, what message does that send?
Of course, it doesn't send a good message, SC. The reason why the leadership of this institution have taken a decision to establish this ad hoc committee, and the leadership of the country have taken a decision to put a commission that are respectively led by Honorable Khanyani and Judge Matanga, is to precisely to get to the bottom of the issues that that we are discussing, with the view that the day you rise out of this, and the day the Matanga Commission rises, there must be action and consequences against anybody who has acted in the manner that undermines the rule of law and the integrity of the South African Police Service, the judiciary, and any other person who have abated these activities to happen. There must be consequences. And if there are no consequences out of these two processes, we mustn't expect our people to respect and trust what we say we are going to do. There must be consequences after this.
But the way we get to the bottom of this is through asking people like yourself in positions of authority of importance that we look up to as citizens to keep us safe. For you to come here and to testify and tell us exactly what is happening there. In that way, we unravel whether or not anything has gone wrong, and if so, how to go about fixing it. But we can, I'm still on this point of mine, that
Thank you.
you can't simply say it's 3 or 4 or 5 people who are bad. We need more than that. I obviously can't ask you to make up stories, but you've been a deputy minister for 4 or 5 years. We can surely say you're in the know. You know what's happening.
Sure.
So tell us what's happening.
Yeah. I have, Chair, through you, SC, explained what happened or what is happening. The details of criminality that is alleged to have been taken, you need to have the capability and the capacity to do that. And I think we have men and women with that ability. And I think in the Madlanga Commission, for instance, there are people who have been able to explain and unravel the communications that have been there, who said what to who, and what happened. And it is because of that capability that exists that we were able to put the dot. And we are here because of precisely that capability that is there within the police, because earlier on it was said that there were discussions that appeared to be innocent discussions. And in the course of our capability doing work, certain information emerged that then linked certain activities to what is happening in the country. So it is that capability that have been able to see, no, there is a problem here, what's happening? And that capability that enabled further investigations that then revealed more than what meet the eye. And of course, myself seated here before you, I preside over that capability, but I don't possess that capability myself. That's why within the institution you have got your detectives, you have got your crime intelligence, who will be able to further probe and get to the bottom of things. So it is through that the issues we are discussing have been unearthed. I think on my part, I did what is necessary for me to come and explain what one has observed over the time, and I did that to the best of my ability without concealing anything from what had transpired.
Well, it seems to me that perhaps we should also, or Parliament should also look at the role that deputy ministers play or might play in the future.
Yeah,
because either you're not telling us everything, or you don't know everything because it wasn't shared with you, or it's been hidden from you, which would be concerning for someone in the position that you're in. And perhaps if we look at going into the future, a deputy minister that you share with your other colleague, Deputy Minister Bheki, should be more clearly defined, so that you can also act as some kind of so that there's some accountability on the part of a minister also, not to simply do his own thing, Because you would accept that the directive of 31 December was the minister doing his own thing. You can't say what went on in his mind.
You want a comment?
I want a comment.
Okay,
He
thank
didn't
you.
act in concert with you or your other deputy. He didn't consult.
Yeah. The existence of deputy ministers is a constitutional matter that within the constitution, the president can appoint deputy ministers to, in this case, the police.
But their roles are not defined.
The roles are not defined, but they must be defined by the minister as to delegate to the deputy minister. And the reason why that has not been done is because the minister was in a process of familiarizing and understanding the complexities within SAPS. And once he is clear on who must do what, he was going to do the delegation, because the president has instructed that ministers must delegate to deputy ministers and sign off and agree that these are the responsibilities of the deputy minister, and the deputy minister will be made accountable for this responsibility that he or she has been assigned with. And it is these responsibilities that the deputy ministers must be held accountable by Parliament, because Parliament have oversight over the executive, the minister and the deputy ministers. And in instances where a specific responsibility has not been assigned to you, you will then be accountable to specific responsibilities that are delegated to you from time to time.
But, Deputy Minister, some with a suspicious mind, like me, because that's what I do for a living, would also consider the delay by the minister in defining those responsibilities, or rather delegating those responsibilities for you for now over a year, could also have something to do with the fact that the directive has now been issued.
I don't think, Senior Counsel, we could say that. The directive and the delegation of responsibilities are two different things. And the minister did not delegate because he wanted to issue directives before. I don't think he ever thought that way. It's just that for now you will say it's water under the bridge because the directive have been issued and the delegation has not yet been done.
Well, if...
Senior Counsel, may we please take...
Sorry.
Honorable Ngola.
No, Chair, I think the last response covered my follow-up question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may proceed, yes.
As a new minister that has now taken more than a year to familiarize himself with how SAPS operates and works, which seems to be your rationale why the minister hasn't yet allocated those roles, because he's still getting to grips what's happening within the police. Is that right?
I don't have another explanation for that. I think that's what I assume is the reason why by now that has not been done.
Again, for those with a suspicious mind might say, well, he got to grips very quickly with why he should get rid of the political killing stars team and not the child trafficking team, the drugs team, you know, all those task teams, those specialist task teams, the mining team, all doing very, very important work. Mm-hmm. But this particular task team has been singled out.
Well, you can think that way. I can't explain why this one and not that one. I think the minister will be in a position to better explain that particular question.
Do you think we should ask him for what is the way forward, or let's leave it?
Maybe just veto, because we are sitting without answers.
Okay. Deputy Minister, just then, lastly, your comment that it's highly troubling, extremely troubling, that you have, one of the Deputy National Commissioners openly dissenting with the National Commissioner, with I think our most senior. I think he actually maintains that he's the most senior of all the high-ranking officer, Lieutenant General Mchunu. You know, he's got his own opinions. So there's a clash with the National Commissioner. There's a clash with Lieutenant General Mchunu, who acted as National Commissioner, as you know, in 2011, 2012. Openly having differences with them. And Lieutenant General Gwarazi, highly decorated, just about everybody who sat where you're sitting have praised him for the work that he has done. And then you have Sabia differing with them and with Khumalo. It's not a healthy state of affairs.
Yeah.
And you're here to also offer some help and some assistance on how do we remedy this situation. We know we're living in a democratic country with labor laws and with a constitution, and it's not a simple matter of just getting rid of people. But in the meantime, all of us sitting here, people watching, people out there, they rely on the police to keep them safe. So we need answers. If it's unfair, you can think about them and write them down and send them to us. And your counsel are here to listen to this. But if you want a brief closing comment or statement, feel free to do so.
Well, closing comment, yes, but I'm not sure whether you are because you are saying that the National Commissioner, if I heard you well, General Mkhwanazi and General Sibia, differing. What's my opinion is that, did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, I think it manifests a bigger, much bigger problem, a deeper problem, a systemic problem, and we need. You've been in this environment for many years, and that's why we've called you to come and maybe give us some help.
Let's see. The differences of the two officers, the three officers in here, I didn't have a full grasp of what could be the problem between them until when this thing come out and they stand here and say, this one is involved with cartels and all those things. I was not aware that General Sibia relate with cartels. I saw him as a DNC doing his work, and Mkhwanazi doing his work in KZN, and Masemola being the National Commissioner. Of course, that the there are differences of opinion that did emerge, and I did know that the minister met with the National Commissioner and the DNC and the PC, General Mkhwanazi, to try and assist them to get along, which I believe didn't yield the necessary result, even though they publicly say they work together, all of them. It's an unfortunate thing to can happen. But in an institution as big as SAPS, the leadership must learn how to create a team. Teams don't create themselves. The leadership prevail over individuals that you work with, and you create a team out of that. And it's clear that that did not happen. So it means that moving forward from here, there will be a need to assist the leadership of SAPS to be able to create a team around them. Because without creating a team in SAPS, we will not be able to succeed in our fight against crime.
Now whose responsibility is that?
It's the responsibility of the leadership, both the minister and the national commissioner. These are the people who are responsible to ensuring that a team gets established in an environment where there is no team. Because we don't need to agree, we don't need to be friends to be part of the family of SAPS. We must work together because our objective is to fight crime, and we must be able to assist one another to do that. But if the executive authority and the accounting officer can't create that team, then we will fail.
Then you become like Kaiser Chiefs. My team.
I didn't say that, Senior Counsel, but we'll fail. There is no team that win championships if they don't play as a team. You are a team, you are a goalkeeper, you are part of the back line, you are part of the middle field, you are part of the striker. You can't be a striker without a middle field, you can't be a defender without a goalkeeper. You must become a team. And working as a team means working as a team, not a by the way arrangement or as and when you feel like. Thank
But
you.
there seems to have been a failure in this case that's given rise to this inquiry.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes, I agree with you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister. And
thank
thank you very much, Honourable Chair, members. That concludes our questioning.
Thank you. Thank you so much, SC. Thank you so much, Advocate Mohaitz. I can see that you are a very good deputy. And like I've always emphasized, it's an inspiration for many women of this country when they see that Chief Whip, who are swinging the pendulum for things to happen for women of this country. We want to thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I have said that we were going to start at 3. Full members today, I see Honorable Mathale is enjoying that status. 30 minutes today. And 30 minutes per full member. And then alternates 10 minutes.
Chair, 30 minutes, does it consist of questions and answers?
Yeah. That is what is happening. 30 minutes full member, 10 minutes alternates. So if I take a set of 2 members. I take Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile. Your time is 40 minutes. Oh yeah. So it means your time is 1 hour. I wanted us to start at 3. Do we start at 3 or do you want to start now? Honorable James, may I start with you? If you start now, you have a chance to finish at 3. It means you will have 15 minutes. You are not ready. Yeah? Are you ready, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sokanyile? Yeah, so it's now 14:45 until 15:55. I mean 15:45. Yeah, your time starts now.
Even earlier than that, Chairperson. Greetings. Let me observe the protocol that was observed by you, Chairperson. Going straight to you, Deputy Minister. Having an interest on the meeting, the Portfolio Committee meeting of the 5th of March. I know when we were interacting with the Senior Counsel, you said some of the issues that were discussed on that day, some of them maybe you don't remember them. But I've got this question. The Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee is here on the ad hoc. I just want to check, because the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, in his questioning, he mentioned that SAPS was not clear and direct to what were the real issues regarding the disbandment of the PKTT and the implications that followed. So do you believe the presentation that was made by yourselves to that Portfolio Committee meeting, they were clear, especially with regard to the disbandment of the PKTT? That's the question.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. The presentation that was done on the 5th was a presentation that was briefing the committee on the matters relating to division crime intelligence, the challenges, issues of instability within the division, issues of misinformation and fake news, unproven allegations, and progress on disciplinary cases against senior officers, on progress on the funding and expenditure of crime intelligence, budget arrangements, and the allocation thereof, and the cost drivers and additional support that is necessary in the space, recruitment, vacancies, filling of vacancies, and human resource capacity posts. Those were the issues that we're briefing the committee on. and this was generally about the work there, which also included the political killings task team. That was the briefing.
Okay, thank you. So nothing was said, even by the minister himself, to say that I intend. Nothing raised like that in that portfolio committee. I take it like that because even yourself, you didn't raise it in your statement. Then, with reference to paragraph 54, it reflects on the discussions that you held with regard to General Khumalo being the head of the crime intelligence, as well as the head of the PKTT, whereby you had held discussions and you were not happy because you also needed to restructure and strengthen the crime intelligence, and yet its head had many roles he played. For instance, it reflected on paragraph 54 and paragraph 55, whereby you held discussion to say that you are removing him on his role be heading the PKTT so that he must focus on the crime intelligence. But you are not removing the crime intelligence part or role that can be played by another person, not being the same person, General Khumalo, heading it. So that's in paragraph 55. Then I just want to check, did this discussion that ensued include the decision to disband the PKTT?
Yeah, so when we're briefing the portfolio committee, we briefed the portfolio committee on where we come from with the political killings task team and where we are going with the task team, given the decision and the directive that was written there. And in the submission, we said that it will be a transitional process. That is what the presentation was saying. And the issue of General Khumalo being allowed to focus on crime intelligence away from the PKTT, it was in the midst of that discussion. I've included it in my submission because I did raise it in the meeting when we were discussing, not before the committee. That it makes sense. I think if we want to strengthen crime intelligence, I think let's allow General Khumalo to focus on this task, because the success in our ability to strengthen crime intelligence will then have spin-offs on policing, on crime fighting, on a number of things that we will be doing as an institution, and will then get another general to lead that. Because when Khumalo was appointed head of the PKTT, he was a major general. And I think if you still maintain that level of deployment, it will still serve the purpose of what the team was doing. And I think the National Commissioner, in his presentation, he did indicate that he is talking of a phased a phased approach in this regard. And this is the presentation that we made to the committee, that we believe the manner of handling this, if we can have a phased-in approach, it will assist a great deal.
Okay. Then with reference to paragraph 57, in those discussions that you held prior the directive of the 31st December, in that directive, it includes the decision to hold the filling of vacancies within SAPS. Then, were they discussed? Did you discuss also the minister? Did he discuss the halting of filling of vacancies in those discussions you held? Because it was also included in that directive.
Well, I can't recall that in particular, but I know that
Not particularly in the portfolio committee, in your meetings that you held before the directive that was issued.
yes, I'm saying the directive that says you must freeze the appointments. When we were discussing the PTT, I don't recall that discussion. But the other directive which we have not spoken to, of the ports of entries, we have had a presentation on that one at the college.
Okay. In your understanding and being there in the department of SAPS, who has the authority to decide on the decision with regard to issues of employment in SAPS? Who has that?
Well,
Having the minister and the national commissioner.
we do play a role in this regard. For instance, when a national commissioner gets appointed, a panel was set in, and the Minister of Police was in that panel. Of course, once that has been done.
That the senior positions not so.
Yes.
Then the lower position.
Those ones will just be briefed that this has been so and so is acting. Is appointed for this position. I don't remember participating in the panel that decided who becomes the Deputy National Commissioner, for instance. We're just briefed that so and so is appointed National Commissioner. Not acting Deputy National Commissioner, or so and so is appointed Divisional Commissioner. We get briefed. We have never participated in those.
Then looking at the directive, because that directive didn't talk about disbandment of the PKTT only. It also talked about halting in filling of vacancies within SAPS. And if we are going to look at that, and it is the letter written by, it's a directive, in fact, from the minister, can you say that it was correct? Because, for instance, before you came here to that table where you are sitting, former Minister Cele was here, said it doesn't have to do anything of employment.
He was correct, yeah.
He was correct.
When he said that, yeah.
Then when you are having a directive of saying that don't fill up the post, it means that there was an interference.
Well, the minister
In the work of the National Commissioner.
The minister can communicate that I need to discuss with you these issues that I have picked up, which I think need to be looked at by yourself around this. But once you say don't do it in the manner in which that note was crafted, that becomes a problem.
So the minister cannot take that decision on his own.
Yeah.
He must wait for the National Commissioner.
Not necessarily to wait for the National Commissioner. There must be an engagement between the Minister and the National Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Then, Deputy Minister, you don't know, in paragraph 57, you also say that you don't know what informed the minister's decision to issue that directive of December, 31st December, 2024. Did the minister ever, when maybe he was briefing you with other issues or anything, did he ever raise concerns about the PKTT or the complaints he received about its irregular constitution?
I can't say the PKTT was irregularly constituted because it was not.
Before the directive, it was issued.
Before and after, the PKTT even now is not irregularly constituted. It was constituted in a proper manner. When I say I, however, do not know what informed the minister's decision to issue the directives in December, I don't know what was going through his mind when he wrote that letter. He, of course, in his explanation, he says he was seated at home and he wrote that directive.
Why I'm raising this? It is because the minister had concern of the PKTT that was established for a long time, and its mandate was being renewed, and it was incurring budgetary constraints at some point because of its extension. So he regarded that as an irregular expenditure. Then, based on your experience and understanding, would you agree with such a proposition that says, indeed, if you are extending the task team time and again, it became or it incurred an irregular expenditure?
No, the political killings task team never incurred irregular expenditure that I know of. If it did, I'm not aware of such a thing. There was no time frame that the PKTT is going to exist from January to December. It was established to deal with a specific problem, and for as long as the problem it has not been completely resolved, that is the cases that came out of it, you can't do away with that task. And for you to then to effectively deal with that, that's why we spoke of a phased-in approach, wherein you create the capacity to deal with that. Mind you, in I think October, November, somewhere there, we were engaged in the organizational structure of SAPS, where we made proposals that ended up being accepted by management and ultimately by labor and signed off by the National Commissioner after the SSSB forum, where negotiations between SAPS and organized labor take place on changes that get effected with regard to the organizational structure of the South African police. So that signing off then created a platform wherein we need to capacitate appropriately our murder and robbery unit that will be able to take over all murder-related cases in the Republic. And the PKTT was, the work that it was doing ultimately was going to be infused into that institution. But because you have just approved it and you are going to deal with capacitating that institution, until you finish that process, there will be coexistence of two. Your PKTT will continue to exist, and as you face it into the murder and robbery unit, it will be a process that will happen over time. It might take you six months, it might take you 12 months. It will depend on how fast that process unfolds. And between now and that time that it gets integrated, it will obviously incur expenses, but those expenses will not become irregular. They are within the law, and if the Auditor General then come to establish that, no, this thing is irregular, he will do so and express an opinion. But I don't think the accounting officer will allow a situation where finances of the institutions are spent irregularly. That's why I'm saying there's no expenditure which was irregular that was incurred by the PKTT.
But there were increasing costs that were there in financing their operations, that is the PKTT. In fact, if there were, did you ever discuss that in your meetings that you held prior to the directive?
Well, any task team that you form, it will increase your expenses because you are creating something that is not there. And you are going to take personnel from other provinces to go and work. In this case, you are taking people from other parts of the country to go and work in KZN. They don't stay there. So when they arrive there, you must deal with their needs, both accommodation and transfer costs and all those things, a cost that you didn't have before you took that decision. So it's logical that your expenses will increase in this regard. But I don't think that should be what guides us. What guides us is the problem at hand that we want to deal with. And if we are going to incur cost in dealing with that problem, so be it. And I think that's what happened. I'm not saying we don't care about the expenses of the state. We care a lot. And we want to use them sparingly. But where circumstances pushes us, like in this case, where you had an outcry, you had a commission set up to look at the matters that were taking place in KZN, we had to finance a response to that phenomena. And that's why we ended up having these expenses that we incurred.
Okay. You mentioned that consultation would have been good as a matter of courtesy. You were not consulted whatsoever. given your comment on courtesy, how would you categorize the minister's directive? Would you say that the minister acted in good faith? I know when you were interacting with the senior counsel, you said that it was problematic where the minister, you don't know what went on in the mind of the minister to issue such a directive. And now I want, how would you categorize the minister's directive given on the 31st December?
Well, the 31st December is the 31st December, Honorable. It's New Year's Eve. And, well, personally, that day I observed the end of the year and the beginning of the new year. How do I categorize that? It's unusual. I think that's why I say it's very difficult to comprehend what was going through his mind as he was penning out that letter.
Is there any other directive that the minister had ever given to the department apart from this one of the PKTT that had an immediate flavor in it?
Not to my knowledge, but there have been interaction between the minister and the national commissioner. Some of the interactions did not include us, and they were able to communicate, and things got done. It might be in other instances it delayed here and there, but they ended up being done. This, I think, is the only communique that I know of that came and brought us here.
You mentioned that the interface between the executive oversight and the operational autonomy is constitutionally delicate. Can you, DM, expand, highlighting the delicacy of the interaction, and where do we draw the line?
Yeah, the executive authority is the political head of the institution, and the accounting officer is the administrative head of the institution. The two have authority or power. Let me say the two have power. But in the exercise of their power, they must take into consideration each other's existence and interface in such a manner that they complement each other's work. I know it's a very difficult environment within government, both national, provincial, and local our municipalities, where the interface tend to be sometimes a bit difficult for the incumbent to manage. But in the main, the relationship between the two is dialectical in the sense that the political authority, the executive authority, needs the accounting officer and vice versa. They must complement each other. If they work together well, you won't be here. But if there's a misstep on the two, you will come here quite often.
And consult each other.
Absolutely.
Lastly, Deputy Minister, in paragraph 17, you are saying that the current minister never, he didn't give you any delegated responsibility, both of you as deputy ministers. You are there in the office. And you are saying that you have said the minister is still familiarizing himself with the office. Can you say that the minister didn't familiarize himself with the issues of PKTT because an immediate directive was given? But now you are still waiting patiently.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, we don't have delegated powers signed off that this is what you do, this is what you are doing. But we had work to do, and we were not like sitting in the office not knowing what to do. I have a program that says this is what we are going to do, and today I have a program that says I'm here. In fact, since yesterday and today and tomorrow, if the committee will still require me to be here. If not, we will work out a program of what to do tomorrow when we rise from here. Yes, I don't have any other better explanation, really, that the minister did not give us delegated authority up to now, except that that which I said, that I believe he was still familiarizing himself. But I think from where we are now, from the beginning up to now, I think he's ready to do that. Because, you know, even by the time the directive came out, I think we were almost at the tail end, even though the organogram was not yet signed off. As I said, I think it was signed off around May of SAPS. But I think it will be fair for me to sit here, Chair, and say that the minister is ready. If he knows it happens that this process is concluded tomorrow and they say everybody go to work, we should be able to have delegations. Yeah.
Okay. You know what, Minister? I'm just finishing.
You
know what, Minister?
Honorable Sokanyile, you show respect to others by respecting time allocated to you. That's how you show respect. That's how you show respect to others.
No, it's just a comment to assure the Deputy Minister that this ad hoc committee will issue a directive with immediate effect that these deputy ministers are given, are delegated their responsibilities. It will be this ad hoc committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Pass the microphone.
Thank you, Chair. May I proceed? DM, how do you work without delegated powers? You wake up in the morning, go to the office and do what? DM, did you get my question?
Oh, okay. I thought
You wake up in the morning, you bath, you wear a very nice suit, arrive there in the department, and do what?
as
Can you get close to the mic?
okay. No, thanks, Honorable. You are right. It will appear like we don't have anything to do, but we do, because the department that we are dealing with is vast, and you need to have your pulse on what is happening with the entities that are there. We have to ensure that the ministry is functional, the department is working, coordination is done. The interaction that we were having of the things that needs to be done gets done. That's why you have policing taking place in the country. The fact that we are not delegated specific responsibilities, it doesn't mean that we don't have things to do. We do.
Does it usually take this long?
Of course, but there is a difference between the 6th and the 7th administration. In the 6th administration, I came in within a short space of time. I got my delegated responsibilities, which is attached there. And the reason why it was so quick is because I was working with another police officer in the form of General Cele. And fast forward to now, the minister comes from a different environment. And this ministry, Honorable, it's complex. You can't just say you are responsible for this, you are responsible for that, without having that deeper understanding yourself. And I think it was necessary for the minister to go through the processes that he has gone through. And as I said earlier, that if this process is concluded tomorrow, I think, and the minister is coming back into office tomorrow, he will be able to allocate us responsibilities because he fully understands SAPS and its operation now as we speak. In fact, he's wiser. He's much, much wiser. Thank you.
Okay, you arrive at SAPS in 2019.
Yeah.
General Spear testified under oath before this ad hoc committee and said, everyone in the SAPS knows Ket Mathale because he's popular within the organization for the work he's doing in the SAPS. How well do you know Mr. Mathale?
I think, I don't want to say it was, you can't say everyone.
Can you get close to
you
your
can't
mic?
say, why is it that it looks like I'm far from the mic when you speak, Honorable? You can't say everybody knows him because that might not be factual. But you can say there are some people who know him in SAPS. That will be accurate because indeed it's some. Personally, I don't know him. I don't know him. I only came to know him when these issues started to hit the wall and it was in the public space. But I didn't get the opportunity to meet with him.
Okay. Do you think it is in the best interest of the crime-fighting efforts to dissolve the political killings task team?
It's in the best interest of the crime-fighting effort. The political task team, it was not necessarily SAPS response to fighting crime. It was a SAPS response to fighting political killings that happened in KZN. And it did a very good job as a task team. But when you want to respond to fighting crime, the organizational structure that has been signed off by the National Commissioner, I think it helps us to have an instrument that we can effectively use to fight crime. Because it has taken into consideration a number of factors into it. And the need to, for instance, when we separated visible policing into two, to have operational response as a division and to have policing as a division was part of that response. The way crime intelligence have been, the organizational structure have been structured now, it's a way that I can say we have positioned ourselves appropriately to fight crime with that. Crime intelligence, the way it is structured now, is not the same as the way it was structured, I think, 2018, which was signed off. We had a process which we started in the 6th administration of how crime intelligence must look like. And in that engagement, we also engage with the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence about the structure of crime intelligence, and we discussed. They made their input, and they said, "Yeah, I think now you are better structured," which now has been approved as a structure that will assist us. So the combination of properly structured crime intelligence and the detectives section, that is a better organized way to respond to the high rate of crime. But the task team did its work, and it did its work effectively. And task teams, at some point when the task is no longer at hand, they cease to exist, but there are no time frames.
It performed its tasks effectively.
Yeah.
So, does that mean you don't agree with the sentiments that it is not adding any value in policing in South Africa?
Yeah, let me say yes.
Okay. We can pass that. The task team in itself is comprised as a multidisciplinary team.
Yeah.
It's comprised of various departments, which some do not even fall under SAPS.
Yeah.
Do you think it was a rational decision to want to dissolve without consulting the sister departments that are part of the team?
Yeah, look, any effective investigation that will lead to prosecution must always be prosecutorial guided, because prosecution plays a role in the fight against crime or dealing with criminality. So once you have got a prosecutorial-led process of investigation, in most cases, the outcome of that process is always good. Unlike an investigation that is not prosecutorial guided, you will go to and fro on a matter that you can go once to the prosecution and they say this is the right thing, let's do it. So it was a good thing to integrate them. Of course, when you say this team must fold, there is nothing wrong in you taking such a decision, but embarking on a process that takes everybody on board as you implement. You can't take a decision and implement, and when in the course of implementing you then want to solicit an opinion, that might have shortcomings. So it's important that all the role players must be taken on board. By the way, they did not establish themselves, they were established. So as you disestablish, you must take them on board.
Okay. We have received numerous testimonies as the ad hoc committee, some with contradicting statements. Some reckon that the decision to dissolve the PKTT is a policy matter. Some reckon that it is purely an operational matter. which does not fall within the ambits of ministers' powers. So what's your take on that?
Look, a decision to say that we think the task team has done its work, but we believe we must strengthen this capability that must deal with everything that has to do with murder. There's nothing wrong with that decision. It, in fact, is the right decision to say we must deal with murder, irrespective of where it comes from, whether it affects a politician or it affects traditional leaders or ordinary people. We must deal with it. Therefore, let's strengthen our capacity to deal with that. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it was a good decision to discuss along those lines, given the structure that we have adopted. The issue is the implementation of that decision. If you hear everybody involved, nobody says, no, this team must continue existing forever. There is general consensus that it must discontinue. The issues is how it must be done. The National Commissioner says it must be a phased-in approach, which is correct. It's a transition. You can't implement a decision to de-establish a task team of this nature without taking into consideration how do you deal with the things that it was engaged with without a transitionary phase. You can't. It can't work. That's why today, seated here, we are discussing here, and the team exists out there. And you look at the directives. It's just that we're discussing it. It's written here, but it's irrelevant. That directive, January has come and gone. We are now in October. We are discussing it because of the impact it has had on the issues that we're dealing with. So, yeah, it was not permanent, and at some point it had to fold. Even now, at some point it's going to fold, and the approach of management and everybody is that it will be phased out approach.
Okay. We also have received testimonies from Minister Mchunu, who testified that beyond 2022, the political killing system was not supposed to be in place. So, in a nutshell, meaning that since 2022, the PKTT was operating irregular. Former Minister Cele said in March 2023, the Interministerial Committee actually extended the lifespan of the PKTT, which later in 2024, I think April, the PKTT also met with the president, and the president gave them a thumbs up and that they must continue. So if you are able to grasp what these events that I'm trying to, you'd say that there is contradiction between the two.
Look, like I said, earlier on, Honorable, there was a question to the effect that the PKTT have irregular expenditures. That can only arise if they operate in an illegal. Their existence is illegal. So anything they incur is illegal. And I am of the view that there is nothing illegal about the PKTT. And at no stage did it operate in an illegal environment. If it did, I am not aware of that.
Do you know a work study that has influenced the construction of a new organogram?
Yes.
When was the new organogram agreed and concluded?
It was signed off now, I think May 2020, this year.
May 2025.
Yeah.
Meaning that it cannot have a retrospective effect to the PKTT because the directives predate the signing of the new organogram.
No, but the organogram has nothing to do with it was not designed to fit the PK. It was not designed in response to the PKTT. The two are mutually exclusive.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm done for now.
Yeah, no, you deserve a standing ovation. Thank you so much. Yeah. That as you can whisper to Honorable Breitenbach and tell her that the chair says that as 8 seconds, 8 Sonnerlek.
You have a very low bar.
Thank you so much. Are you ready? Let's check the time first. It's 15:35. And then it ends at... It's 40 minutes. Yeah. Yes. So you have 25 minutes plus 15. It's 15:15.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. DM, let's start from where you left off with Honorable Ngola on the issue of a new study which gave birth to a new organogram. That you say it was signed on the, in May 2025. In your statement on page 19, paragraph 58, you are saying there is a Brixton murder and robbery, which was established. Well, when was it established?
The Brixton?
Yeah, the Brixton.
No, it in the olden days, the apartheid period, you had a murder and robbery unit, the Brixton murder and robbery unit, which it seems like it was doing a good job because I came to know about it in my village, where I come from in Zanin.
Okay.
Then and that is way back. So in the discussions about the organizational structure of SAPS, one raised this issue that, but you know, you had things that were effectively working during the apartheid era.
Okay.
It's not everything that apartheid did which was wrong. There are things that they did which were helpful, which we can use in the new dispensation. It is in that context that we speak about that. And I think this then talks to the murder and robbery unit that is in the new in the organogram. I'm not saying that they were not working on this. I'm just saying it is there now in the organogram. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you are saying under the administration of the former Minister of Police, Minister Cele, you were also responsible for IPIT.
Yeah.
And backlogs in court. Let's start with the first aspect, the IPIT. So what is the role of the Deputy Minister if he's responsible for IPIT?
No, it's the role that the Minister play over IPIT. They remain an independent police investigative directorate, but under the guidance of the Minister.
So the classification process, do you know how it goes?
Classification of what?
Of information, documents by IPIT.
Yeah, they will. It's like any other department. You do work, and depending on the sensitivity of the issues that you are dealing with, as the person responsible for that act, you classify the information. There are processes and procedures that they follow to do that.
So is it correct to say it's classified by the either
AD.
original owner or original author?
Yes, but the executive director is the custodian, is the accounting officer. Is the one that gives that stamp of approval.
So the minister does not get involved?
It's not his decision.
Okay. And then how would you describe your relationship with the former minister, Minister Cele? Is there a dichotomy between the relationship that you had with him and the relationship that you have with the current minister in terms of the working relationship?
I had a good working relationship with both ministers. General Cele, I came to work with him now when I became deputy minister. And we haven't worked together before. Personality-wise, we are two different people, but we were able to find a way to work very well together. Ultimately, we worked very well. The current minister, I've known him before he became a minister when he was a provincial secretary of the ANC in KZN, and I was the provincial secretary in Limpopo, though he came at the tail end when the last term of my office as secretary. But almost a year or so that I worked with him, and we came to interface, even though even in this case, when I was premier, he became premier, but I exited quicker. The space, but we maintained contact over the years. But to come and work together in an office, it started now, and of course I looked forward to working with him, given the fact that I have worked with him before as secretary, and him being secretary of the province. I didn't foresee any difficulties, and we worked well from the beginning up till now. We still work well together. It's just this incident that happened, which has now brought us here. But otherwise, we work well and we relate very well.
Okay. So you said your functions are entailed in the performance plan, right?
My functions, as in 2018, 2019, I had delegated responsibilities signed off by the minister and myself.
Yes.
And this time around, we have not yet arrived at that. We were still working as and when tasks are assigned. Yeah.
Okay. So your functions remain valid for as long as the administration is valid. So they elapse when you go to another administration.
No, yes. My delegated authority lapsed the day after the president was sworn in as the president of the republic.
Okay. So when the new minister comes in, he must formulate another performance plan for you. Then for how long, after how long should that task be done? Let me just ask it this way. In the previous administration, after how long was it done?
Well, it was done fairly quicker. And the reason being that I was dealing with a police officer, in the sense that General Cele was the national commissioner. And when I came in, he was a minister appointed in 2018 when President Ramaphosa became president in the 5th administration. So when the 6th administration came, General Cele was reappointed as Minister of Police. So you had somebody who was fairly conversant with his responsibilities. And that explains why it was quick. With Minister Mchunu, he had to understand the complexities of the institution. Mind you, here you are talking of a department with 4 departments, basically 5 departments in one. You are police, you are DPCI, you are Civilian Secretariat for Police, and IPID, and ultimately CIRA, and the entities, like your DNA board, DPCI judge. Those are the instruments that belong to this one department. So it's not, you can't just walk in and suddenly know who must do what. You need to fully understand. When you delegate people what you understand yourself. Yeah.
So does it mean even the other DM, because we have 2 deputy ministers, right?
Yeah.
Does not have functions that are delegated to him?
Yes, not yet.
So both of you?
Yeah.
Now, if you are to be honest with us or with South Africans, do we need deputy ministers? Do we need two deputy ministers in SAPS?
Absolutely.
Under the circumstances, because you are, I think you are, how many months have you been in office?
So
have you spent in office?
A year.
A year. You have spent 12 months in office with no delegated functions, because that indirectly means that you add no value to the minister's work. If after 12 months he has not given any function to you through a performance agreement. So he is simply saying, you guys are not adding any value to my work. So there's no need for me to formulate any performance agreement or any performance plan that delegates functions to you. Because a performance plan is triggered by the practical need, by a practical need. They don't just take it from the atmosphere. When there is a need for you to do something, they write that need down and give you responsibilities to resolve those needs. Now, that has not happened for 12 months. Now, do 2 deputy ministers add any value under the current form?
Definitely they do, Honorable. It doesn't mean that delegations, because delegations have not done, therefore, the department can function without deputy ministers. It doesn't mean that. There is relevance to their creation. And as I said, that SAPS is not like other ministries. It's a huge department. A department that is complex in how it is structured. There you have 4 entities that are in themselves departments. And you need to preside over them. So yes, there is a need and a necessity. The delay, it's a delay that we have had, but that delay cannot explain why you can't have deputy ministers. It had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, no, I hear you, DM, but I disagree. A delay for 12 months, not just an ordinary delay, for 12 months without any task given to you. In terms of, I know that now it's issue-based, but it's not in terms of the performance plan or in terms of the performance agreement. And that makes things to be difficult for you, because I know that, I know you as a politician. I know that you are an efficient person. So I'm sure that even the current circumstances, they are a frustration to you. because you end up sometimes not knowing what to do, because there's actually nothing that gives you a responsibility from a performance plan. And the delay is inexcusable. It was going to be excusable maybe if it was a delay of 1 month, 2 months, but you have spent 12 months in office without a performance agreement. And whereas you are two, we're not talking about one deputy minister, 2 deputy ministers.
No, look, there is no way that the delays that we have experienced, you can say on the basis of that you don't need deputy ministers. You can't. I believe the nature of the organization you are dealing with necessitate the need for that. And you must deal with the delays. And I think, like I said earlier on, Honorable, that if Minister Mchunu, tomorrow we rise and we conclude and he must come to work on Thursday, I'm certain that delegations will be attended to. He is ready to do that.
So, DM, can a justification that says the reason why you were not consulted as deputy ministers is because there is no performance plan or agreement that was given to you. So actually a need to consult you did not arise because of that prevalent fact. Would you agree with that? Would that justification accord with logic?
I don't think it will be appropriate or correct to reach that conclusion on Honorable. You can't, on the basis of that letter, then conclude that that is the motivation why it was crafted the manner in which he did, because it's not. He himself have said before you that he was resting at home and he was thinking about the tasks at hand, and he decided to pen that letter, and nothing beyond that motivated him to do it the way he did. And I think he concedes as well that yes, he has written the letter, but also those who felt things should have been handled differently, they should have picked up a call. And I think one of the honorables here asked a question to say, while you expect a call, why didn't you call as well? Didn't you think it's wise for you to call? And I guess he considered that it's both ways. So it really had nothing to do with efficiency or non-efficiency of deputy ministers. It's a decision that was made, and I think with retrospect, it could have been made differently.
Okay. The minister, when he was here, he cited the Constitution as a source which gives him powers to do, which gave him powers to do what he did on the 31st of December. And he said the Constitution gives him a right to issue directives.
Yeah.
Now, my reaction to that is that there is a difference between a directive and an instruction. A directive must be given in terms of the constitutional order. If the Constitution gives me a right to open this bottle, and it gives you a right to give me a direction, it doesn't mean that you can open this bottle on my behalf. It means you can say to me, Nomvalo, I think you must open this bottle. And then a directive is limited to that extent. A directive can't mean that you can take a decision on my behalf. Now, if I characterize what the minister did, I characterize it as an instruction. An instruction which went beyond a constitutional order. In my view, an ideal scenario would be a situation where the minister calls the National Commissioner and say, National Commissioner, in my view, there is absolutely no need for this PKTT at this moment. It does not add any value anymore. It is wasteful expenditure. So in my view, the task team must be disbanded. So what the minister did, in my view, is that he did what was supposed to be done by the National Commissioner under the name of a directive. And that was a serious misunderstanding of his of his constitutional obligation on his part. Do you agree with me if I put that scenario?
Well, the letter was written in the manner in which it was crafted and sent to the National Commissioner. The interface that must happen between the executive authority and the counting officer, it's a dialectical interface between the two offices, as I tried to explain earlier on, that the executive authority need to interact with the accounting officer and vice versa. If the executive authority issues out a communique that the accounting officer feels is out of sync, there is a responsibility on the side of the accounting officer to say this is out of sync because of the following, and it can be done that way. And they should take it like that and proceed, because there is no other way that things can be done except that interface between the two. If you look at the earlier comment about a meeting that took, I think it's the meeting of the 5th, where the minister led a delegation to the portfolio committee. Effectively, the minister submitted to the portfolio committee that the PKTT is going to be dissolved, and is going to be, this process is going to be done in phases. There will be a transitional period. That is the presentation that served before the committee, presented by the minister. I'm saying presented by the minister because when we go and appear before the portfolio committee, we are led by the minister as the executive authority, and the National Commissioner is the accounting officer. When we present through whoever is presenting, delegated by the minister and the National Commissioner ultimately presenting, it is the minister presenting, because it's his document, but it is presented through somebody who is in that space. But technically, it is the decision. It is the minister's decision to talk of that transitional approach. The National Commissioner says, no, I agree to a phased-in approach, but the two of them appeared before a committee and presented an approach to how the PKTT process must be handled. So, despite the fact that there is a directive that was issued, but they presented jointly to say this is how it's going to be done. And that was totally against what the directive was saying. I don't know whether I'm with...
Yeah, I'm following you at DM.
Yes.
So, in conclusion, you agree with my statement, or with my narrative, that the decision does not fall within the ambits of a directive entailed in the Constitution. In fact, that was not a directive, but it's a decision that was taken on behalf of the National Commissioner, and he was simply instructed to implement it as is. Did you agree with that narrative?
No, but what was implemented is different to to what is written in the letter. I'm saying the interface between the accounting officer and the executive authority is a dialectical relationship. It's not a one way that do this and what you say gets done the way you want it to be done. You say do this, and the administration come and do what you say they must do, but in a manner that it makes sense. That's why it became a phased-in approach as we presented.
I would say, I would slightly differ with you and say in the manner that is permissible.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We're saying the same thing.
Yeah, in the manner that is allowed by the law or by the Constitution.
We're saying the same thing. I agree with you.
Yeah, in this case, because if you say in the manner that makes sense, that can be subjective.
Of course.
Because what makes sense to me might not make sense to you. But there is a constitution which gives guidance here on what a directive is and how the directive can be issued to the National Commissioner. Now, there is a proposition that you are making, which I agree with, but I just want you to broaden it a little bit by giving more substance to it. That of making documents electronically, I mean dockets, because the conclusion that I've drawn from what you are saying is that the current system is vulnerable. Documents can be stolen, and the content therein can be altered, unfairly so. Now, before I go to the question that I want to ask, there is an issue of documents of dockets which were taken from KZN to Pretoria.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that until I was notified that something like that happened.
Oh, when were you notified?
I think it was I don't know of the exact date, but I can get that. I received an SMS from General Sevilla that there are dockets that are being taken here to KZN, which were brought in here, and those dockets can't be touched because the commission, they must be given to the commission, something like that. That's when I realized there's something like this, which I raised the matter with the National Commissioner. And the National Commissioner said, no, he will make sure that nothing happens that jeopardizes the work of the commission.
Okay, so that was after the press briefing of the 6th?
Yeah.
Okay, but before they were taken to Pretoria, you were not aware?
No.
And before the press briefing on the 6th of July, you were not aware?
No.
Okay. Now, you are saying because you were also responsible for the backlogs under the administration of Minister Cele. You are saying this modernization that you are proposing can resolve all those challenges, including the issue of a backlog.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can, because the problems of the backlog were not necessarily a problem or a challenge of modernization. It was just inefficiencies in the administration of the laboratory, the things that they work with in the laboratory. For instance, the machines, they need to be maintained. There are contracts for chemicals that are used in the laboratories that were not in place. I mean, we visited the laboratory here in Cape Town with General Cele. We found machines that had stickers of out of order, just because they were not collaborated. You know, when you don't take your car to service, it malfunctions. So the machines must be in working order for them to give you results that are appropriate. So we developed a project with Deputy Minister Jeffries from Justice, so that from the justice side, they must prioritize cases that are serving before the leadership for one reason or the other. That must be processed to make sure that when that time comes for those cases, we are ready to process them, because there were cases that were thrown out of court because we were not ready with the results. So it was that which we were dealing with. The modernization that one was talking to is with regard to your case dockets that are manual, files, and they get stolen either in the hands of police, or they are stolen in court. They disappear. So once the docket is stolen, you can't reconstruct. It's difficult to reconstruct. But if it's electronic, it's safe. If it gets stolen, you just go and download the file and make it ready for use in court. Yes, modernization can assist in a variety of ways, including policing, body cameras, the problems of the challenge around stolen guns. We lose guns in the police. If they steal your gun, you can't trace it. So if you mark them, because technology exists for that, it can help us a great deal.
Okay. No, I think DM, you can make submissions. I take that submission as a valid one. You can also make submissions to the Department of Justice. I think there is a bill that they are currently busy with.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of what you are saying, don't you think that enrolling matters which are not ready in court also contributes to a backlog problem? For instance, enrolling a matter whose investigation is not complete, a matter that goes to court for the IO just to say we are still investigating an alternative address. And that matter has been enrolled in the midst of many matters which are being heard in court. Don't you think that also makes a huge undesirable contribution?
I fully agree with you.
Okay, lastly, the chair has made an indication that I'm running out of time. Lastly, if you were a minister at the time when the PKTT was dissolved, and you had a view that the PKTT should be dissolved, what mechanism or what process were you going to follow to ensure that everybody is satisfied and to ensure that you have done everything correctly, you have followed the correct process?
When you are a minister, you are part of a team. And you must always work with your team if you want to be victorious. It's teams that win championships. If you don't have a team, you won't win a championship. I believe that should be the approach in any environment. Without that, you won't win. It's like now, if the chair can provide leadership and chair this committee, you will not end what you are supposed to do. And I think he has been chairing the committee in a manner that there is progress. I don't know which date this is, but you have been sitting and there is progress. You need a team person in any environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm passing the baton to Honorable Shongwe.
Yes. Let him run his lap.
Thank you, Chair. Do you call 10 minutes a lecture?
It's less than 10, Honorable Shong.
How many minutes, Chair? How many? No, when you ask, they don't take your time. I need to ask.
We
because
have 6 minutes.
Wow, okay. Now then I'll be very short. Dumela Tuna Muthusa.
Tobela.
La phila papa.
Siyaphila kunjani?
Awa siyaphila nathi. Oh siyakhuluma. Awa. Nekare ra bolela.
Hayi kuyabulela.
Lu apa ke apa.
Le nna ke apa. Na bolabula.
Quick one. I'm worried and concerned. My colleague asked you here, Hori. The fact that it's been a year and you guys don't have a delegated work clear to you to do, in fact, doesn't it that worry you, Hori? We are wasting taxpayers' money somehow?
Look, I will be the happiest to have my responsibilities clearly defined. But I also appreciate where we are, where we come from. And we are not just sitting idle, waiting to be given responsibilities. We are working as a team. We do things. It's just unfortunate that we have, which brought us here, the crafting of a note, which if it was not done, we wouldn't be here. But generally speaking, we have been a team dealing with policing, and there have been progress registered by the team. And I think we were on the right track to dealing with criminality in the country. The way we have positioned ourselves, the way we have been able to look at the structure, the way we have been able to look at the personnel at our disposal, which can then augment the work that we do. For instance, folding the inspectorate. It's a major achievement for you to do something like that. And to also come to the determination with the structure that we have before us to say, yes, we are going to have visible policing, but at the same time, we are going to have operational response team that basically goes into an area and ensure that when they leave, the area is not the same as it was before. And the approach that have been adopted now, we have what we call Operation Shaniela Phase 2, which is slightly different to the way we have been dealing with Shaniela, which we launched then under Minister Cele. So we were on the right track, the right focus, and something came and disrupted that thinking or that flow that was unfolding. But I believe that despite this, we still are on track, because this structure that is in place, there is no way that it will be shelved and not be implemented. It has been signed off by the National Commissioner. The unions are on board. Everybody is on course. And I believe we are ready to move with the implementation of that structure. So it's not like we were sitting and not doing anything. Work has been going on. Unfortunately, we took longer than we should have. We could have done better.
All right. Let me ask this: who appoints deputy ministers?
The President of the Republic.
So, when it comes to these two deputies, you don't have clear delegated responsibilities.
No, the President has delegated the ministers to deal with this matter, and the minister was working on it. It's unfortunate that this happened before it could be finalized. But like I said, if he come back tomorrow, he reports for duty, or Thursday, this will be one of the things that he disposes of from the table.
No, but yaka ere ki phoso ya mang gore lena alina yona alina delegated responsibilities.
Ke arabile kere president or delegate the minister to deal with these matters, and the minister is working on it.
So ke phoso ya mang?
No, it's the minister who is supposed to process the delegation because he has been delegated to do so by the president.
Whose fault is it that you don't have responsibilities? Which minister?
No, not that I don't have responsibilities, that we have not signed off the delegated authority. We have not signed off. So as soon as the minister is ready for us to do that, we will be able to process that.
All right, ke a bona hore a re ithole answer mo karabo mo. I'm worried morena kana Donatus gore under this president we had one acting minister, one suspended minister, one deputy minister, and another deputy minister. That's 4. And another acting minister, 5. And all of them, they are coming in the space of this financial term. Does it maybe when you try maybe katsela engore no man morena president I don't know bolela mo re ja tšhelete ya batho ka tsela ya wrong because re dutse mo ke no nyaka mbereko mo ke no bereka ke etsa something gore o mpone gore ke busy le nna. Because what you are saying to me, you are saying you are working, you are doing something. It's like, look busy, Jesus is coming. So it to me it gives me that. Doesn't it worry your conscience gore so much money has been spent on 5 positions that are not seriously helping South Africans? I'll be doing my last question after this. When the light is red, it's time for the last question. Ke ikwale once. Which party are you coming from, sir? Which party deployed you?
Is that part of your terms of reference?
No.
Because
It's
I want to be so
it
that
is political interference. That's what I want to know. It's political,
so
part of
that
political interference.
Look, I am a member of the African National Congress.
And your second deputy,
She's a member of the ANC as well.
but member of ANC as well.
Absolutely.
You may answer that question. Thank you, Chair. Remember, there's a question.
But why are you appointed as deputy minister, and then you have got an acting minister? You know, the minister is on leave because we have to deal with what we are dealing with now here. That's why you are part of the ad hoc committee that is presiding to deal with these facts so that you are able to advise Parliament, for Parliament to advise on how things can be done better, different from what brought us here. And because of that, you must have somebody responsible for policing, and an acting minister has been appointed in that regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. I think that my question was not answered. Maybe you didn't hear my question. My question speaks to your conscience. For these 5 positions are chowing in the same pot at one time. What is your perception regarding that, and how do you feel about it, Ori? There's 2 deputy ministers, there's 2 acting ministers, there's 1 suspended minister. All of these people are still getting salaries, by the way, except for one, Honorable Mantashe, if I may say. What's your take on that? But about the South Africans, what are you saying to them about that?
Look, it's not about my feelings that we are dealing with here. We are dealing with...
Can you come forward to the mic, sir, while you speak about...
I think, Chair, I don't think the member, the question that he's raising is relevant to what we're dealing with, and I've tried to answer him. He's not satisfied with my answer. I can't answer beyond this.
So you are satisfied with the answer that you have given?
Yeah.
Okay. Honorable members,
Chair.
We will come back
Sorry, Chair.
at 4:30.
Point of order, Chair. if you say you're asking the honourable sitting there, Worry, is he satisfied with the answer? What is the answer? What was the answer? I didn't hear an answer, sir.
Yeah, what he says is that the answer that he has given to you, he stands by it.
Answer to which question, sir?
My understanding is that the question that you were asking was a follow-up, and that is why you were able to clarify it.
Chair, which party are you from? I feel there's a defense here, Chair. I feel that way, not disrespect intended, because the question I asked, Chair, if Noma made, if Nkarim fair answer when that he gave me, you can't give it to me. Unless, Chair, when you can just clarify to me, no, he answered this way in this
You
question.
asked him a question
Yes.
about appointment of 5. I listened very carefully.
Yes, and what was the answer, Chair?
And he responded.
Which was the answer? I didn't get the answer, Chair. That's what I'm asking.
But you asked a follow-up question. You even said to
No, I
him
was
that-
clarifying the question, Chair.
No, listen to what you said. You said to him that the question I'm asking is talking to your consciousness. I heard everything. And he came back and said the answer that I gave on that question. But look, I'm prepared to.
No, Chair, we can drop it. I understand.
No. We don't do things like that. We don't work like that. Because at the time you finished questioning, it was 18 minutes past 4, and your time has ended at 4:15. And how I want us to conduct proceedings must be in such a way that we show respect to one another as members of this committee. When your time is up, it is up, and that must be the understanding, honorable members. Because I wanted to call a break, a 15 minutes break. No, I must call a break. But before I call a break, I want us to get back to our business. And the only way of getting back to business is to do things in accordance with our agreements. When time has expired, it has expired, and unfortunately we can't reverse the clock.
Thank you.
And you know, Honorable Shongwe, I always want to declare how I equally want to be seen. It's not just about treating you equally, but manifestly seen treating you equally. And I just want to request that we have that kind of cooperation which will help us to achieve the work of the committee. Thank you so much. It's now 22 minutes after 16 hours, so I'm giving you a 15 minutes break. We are going to come here at 20 minutes before 17 hours. Thank you. Honorable Cameron has been released. He has a commitment this afternoon, so we had to release him. Thank you so much.
And not because I agreed with what was said, because I thought it's the right thing to do. And I can't, Chair, through you, allow a narrative here that misrepresent facts, because
Fine. You have disagreed with me, and that's fine.
the reasoning behind Section 100, why it was implemented, and the issues that were put on the table were incorrect. And
Mr.
National
Mathale.
Treasury itself...
Mr. Mathale, I'm asking the questions, not you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
I am asking the questions,
you.
not you.
Honorable Breitenbach, let me remind the two of you. Honorable Deputy Minister, all the witnesses that appear before us, they come to us as the guests that we have invited. And Honorable Breitenbach, having invited the guests here, we have a duty to hospitality.
Indeed, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Included in that hospitality, Chair, is that the guest doesn't ramble on forever and ever asking questions, answering questions and using up the time in that way, which is done all day, quite frankly. So he's answered what was not a question, and I'd like to move on. And I'm not going to allow him to use up my 30 minutes by rambling on this issue. And that's just how it is.
May you please proceed and ask your question?
Yes, well, I will, if the guest will, keep quiet for long enough for me to ask a question. Mr. Mathale, you mentioned when you were talking to, I think it was Honorable Nomvalo, although it might have been Honorable Skosana. See, they both lost interest and left. That we're here today because of a memo that was sent. Are you referring to the directive of the Minister to General Masimola?
Yes.
And you said if it had not been for that memo, we would not have been here.
Yes.
So do I understand you correctly that your view is that the reason we are here today is because Minister Mchunu wrote a directive closing down the political killings task team with what he said was immediate effect?
Yes.
And we're not here to address the systemic ills that have beset the South African Police Service for years, for more than a decade. That's not what we're here for. We're here to address the memo. Is that honestly what you think?
No, the memo is a spark that ignited, and as a consequence of which Parliament must establish facts on the issues that General Mkhwanazi has raised. So you are not here necessarily to discuss the letter. That's why you are asking questions beyond the letter itself.
So Mr. Mathale, then, can you tell me why it had to take General Mkhwanazi to get up on a Sunday afternoon and make this public statement when everything he said is not unknown? It's nothing new. He didn't think of it on Sunday morning and get up and say it. These are problems that have been there for years and years and years and have been left unaddressed by one administration after the next. Why was it necessary for there to be a spark? Why was this never addressed? Have you any idea?
The problems, through you, Chair, that have to deal with the transformation program of the country and the issues related to that are complex, and dealing with them, it is going to take a while. It took us a while to arrive at 1994. And to create a perfect system from where we are going forward is not going to be an easy process. And I think this explains why we are here. And it doesn't mean that as we gather here to look at the challenges and how best to deal with them, when we rise out of this process, we will have a watertight process of policing in the Republic. We will experience difficulties from time to time. The magnitude won't be the same, because I believe this opportunity that has presented itself will allow us to be surgical in dealing with this problem. And when we reset, we will be resetting SAPS in an environment that will make it to perform much better, more efficiently, more effectively going forward. And I am convinced that we will definitely build a formidable institution out of what we are faced with today, because we are going to draw from the wisdom of all men and women who are gathered here as part of the ad hoc, and those that are appearing before you in my form, and others who are providing policing work out there who are not necessarily part of this, but they are going to be impacted on the work that we are doing here and in the commission, the Madlanga Commission. Thank you.
Has the acting minister, well, let me start with this. You said you don't know why you have an acting minister when you have two deputies.
I say I don't know why.
Yes.
No.
What did you say?
No, I said we have an acting minister now because the minister is on leave.
Yes.
Because the president wanted him to be on leave so that we deal with what we are dealing with here. That's what I said.
Oh, okay. So don't you think one of the deputies could have acted in that position?
Well, the president could have appointed anybody, including a deputy minister as minister. And of course, when the minister comes back, you will have to then disappoint the deputy minister who you have appointed so that he becomes a deputy minister. But in his wisdom, the president appointed the acting minister in the name of Professor Kachalia, who is now a minister, because you can't appoint somebody who does not have executive authority to be head of the institution.
And has Professor Kachalia used that executive authority?
Yes, he is using it. Since he came in, he has assumed the responsibilities of a minister. We have a minister. It's just that we call him an acting minister, but he is a fully fledged minister, deciding on any matter that serves before him. It is not being served, it's not being executed by somebody who's acting, it's executed by an executive authority who is in office here.
I have no doubt that Professor Kachalia is perfectly capable of executing his executive duties.
Absolutely.
What concerns me more is, do we have two deputy ministers? Has he delegated any authority, function, work, anything at all to his two deputies?
No, we have met and we have discussed that matter, I think a week or two back before he left for the trip with the president to Malaysia, Vietnam, and yeah, he's back. I saw him before I came here. He was with the National Commissioner. He will be able to delegate responsibilities, I guess, yeah. But we did discuss that matter with him.
Okay, well, that's at least promising a step in the right direction.
Absolutely.
I would have thought, though, that a minister who's faced with the problems in his portfolio that Professor Kachalia is faced with in his might have stayed in South Africa and dealt with them instead of going on a jaunt to Malaysia. But never mind. As we know, people love to travel. So I would have thought that while the country is burning, perhaps he shouldn't fiddle. But you know, who am I? So tell me what it is, Mr. Mathale, that you do every day when you go to work. Just a brief synopsis of what your day looks like. Bearing in mind that nothing has been delegated to you.
Well, we have a monthly program that guides what we do on a daily basis. For next month already I have a draft program. The fact that we are not delegated responsibilities does not mean that we don't have responsibilities that we are dealing with as a ministry. So we do have that, and we
Yes,
deal with them.
that is what you answered one of the previous questions, but I'd like to have a little bit more meat on that, please. Like what?
Well, it depends on what I'm supposed to do on a Friday. It can either be things that have to do with the civilian secretariat for police, or IPID, or SIRA, or sometimes various divisions within the police that we are dealing with. Those are the things that one will deal with.
Okay. Tell me, if you were the Minister of Police from Monday, what are the first 3 things you would do to fix the police service?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm
No,
not.
you've already told us you have all this optimism and you know it can be fixed. And so
Yeah,
you must have
I
ideas.
do. I do believe it can be fixed,
Well,
definitely.
then you must have ideas. Share them with us.
Well, stabilizing the police and ensuring that we have a team that is operational, that work together, that will be my priority. But I've never thought about along those lines, because I believe, but if I'm given that responsibility, definitely I know what needs to be done. And
Okay, Mr. Mathale, that's a platitude, you'll forgive me. Stabilizing the police force and creating a team to make sure you get the job done. That's like, you can read that on the back of a chappie's wrapper. What will you do to make that happen? How will you do that? Tell me.
well, the first thing to do is to interact with the National Commissioner and his deputies, and the various divisions that are there, and the provincial commissioners, the Director General for the Civilian Secretariat, and the Executive Director of IPID, because this is a team, though they do different things, but they are supposed to work together in a manner that they all understand their different roles, but how interdependent the 3 institutions are, because even when they were constituted as a department that are independent but that are interdependent at the same time.
What would be the first thing that you would do to rid the South African Police Service of corruption?
One of the things that needs to be done is your lifestyle audit of all senior members, and ensure that everybody adheres to what have been put in place as the rules that must be adhered to, be it in supply chain, in human resource management, and in the main, there must be consequences for any wrongdoing, and it should be done through a fair and transparent process, but consequences must be there.
So you're talking about accountability.
Absolutely.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Mathale, that years, decades of this approach, that connected people, politicians, high-ranking individuals, high net worth individuals, slide through butter like a hot knife with no accountability, has led to the South African police being in the mess that we currently sit with?
The Honourable, there must be accountability, and that is non-negotiable. If anybody engages in wrongdoing, there must be consequences. the absence of that will create a problem of paralysis, because they look up there and they see this one doing wrong things and there are no consequences. And the juniors will follow. So you can't allow that to happen.
You and I agree on that,
Yeah.
oddly. But the question is this: do you not think that it's precisely that thing, that culture of no accountability, that has led us to where we are?
Lack of accountability creates a problem. There must be accountability. There must be consequences.
The question is a real question, Mr. Mathale, not an abstract one. Do you agree that decades of no accountability have led us to where we are? It's not what happens if, when, how. We're here. We know there's a mess. I put it to you that that is the reason we're in this mess, is this culture of no accountability.
We are agreeing, Honorable
Thank you.
Buitenberg, that there must be consequences.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Klopper will only use 10 minutes of the remaining time.
Before I give you a standing ovation, can I just hear you saying Honorable Mathale?
Honorable Mathale. Why?
Thank you so much.
Why?
No, the thing is, I heard you repeatedly say Mr. Mathale, Mr. Mathale.
Honorable is not a title I insist upon.
So I just want to hear you saying Honorable Mathale. And
Honorable is not a title I insist upon, and I think it's a little over the top for everyone in this room to insist on being called Honorable somebody, quite frankly. But anyhow, yeah, I said it. Are you happy?
I'm happy that you said Honorable Mathale. And thank you so much, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Honourable Deputy Minister. You stated in paragraph 24 of your witness statement that you're not aware of any factionalism in the police service and that differences of opinion are normal. In paragraph 50 of former Minister Bheki Cele, his statement, he tried to raise the PKTT issue with the Minister Mchunu. And I say this, and I quote from his witness statement, "The Minister informed me that I should stay out of the matter." Deputy Minister, would you say that there's some disconnect in the handover process between the former Minister and the current Minister?
Well, the information that I have or were given is that there was a meeting that dealt specifically with the handover between the former Minister Cele and the current Minister.
I found out it was an hour long. Would that cover everything that needs to happen? And then there was no discussions after that?
I don't know how long it took. I was told that they met.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. Minister, the committee has received multiple statements describing entrenched divisions among senior officials. And again, I tell you, or I put it to you that you say you're unaware that factionalism exists in the operational level. Let me just clarify. The National Commissioner versus the Deputy National Commissioner with different accounts on how to handle the PKTT. Their statements are dichotomous. The National Commissioner says he instructed General Sabia to leave the matter to him, and General Sabia says that the National Commissioner told him to proceed. Opposite versions. And then we have General Makonazi that made huge allegations on the 6th of July, implicating many senior officials, and for all intents and purposes, SAPS seems to be completely fragmented at the top structure. And this was evidence in the statements in this House. And given this, Deputy Minister, I ask you again, do you still think that there's no factionalism? And would you consider the allegations and seem power struggle between these generals, Masamola, General Sabia, General Makonazi, which has seen the formation of the Mandanga Commission as well as this ad hoc commission or committee, as just mere differences of opinion?
But how do you come to the determination? Thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. Thank you, Chair, through you. How do you come to a determination that the differences of approach or understanding or interpretation of what is on the table is factionalism?
I'm asking you if you think it's a mere difference of opinion, Deputy Minister.
That's my understanding. That's why I in my explanation on my submission on factionalism, I have said there are instances where members don't agree on a matter, and you can't subscribe that to factionalism. If you look at at face value what we are dealing with here, you have a statement made by General Mkhwanazi, and then you, as a consequence of that, you then have the submissions that they have made here from the National Commissioner and the Deputy National Commissioner. These are three individuals who have made submissions that are not necessarily saying the same thing. I can't characterize that difference as factionalism. These are differences that they have in an approach. Hence, I say, and I believe I'm correct in my view, that in the body, South African Police Service, the institution, you don't have factionalism there. You do have a difference of opinion as displayed with the issues that we're dealing with here. But we can't, through you, Chair, characterize this as a reflection that SAPS is infested with factionalism.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really have very little time, so I don't wish to be rude and cut you off. Because there's been so much play, Chairperson, in this House on words, I would then ask you in a different way, Deputy Minister, and to think of factionalism in a differently reworded way, because all explanations come differently. And factionalism is two groups within an organization that has a different view and interests at heart. So maybe faction in the context of SAPS should be phrased as corrupted SAPS members versus uncorrupted SAPS members. Crime-implicated drug cartel SAPS members versus great hard-working policemen and women. Maybe it should be phrased as brown envelopes to certain individuals within SAPS versus hard-working policemen and women who earn their salaries the right way. Maybe it should be put as SAPS members serving their own interests versus the interests of those of South Africans. Would you agree with that version of factionalism in the SAPS, Deputy Minister?
Obviously, I won't. Police officers that are honestly doing their work and serving the country to the best of their ability can be characterized as a faction. They can't. It will be wrong of us to make such a determination, because these are officers, professionals who are doing their job, and they are doing it well. They can't be characterized as a faction.
Thank you, Chair. Then I'll rest there because it doesn't help us start another line of questioning. My time will run out. I thank you, Deputy Minister, for your time. Thank you for your answer. And let's just hope that those hard-working South Africans do know that we as a committee do see them. And we see them on top of a faction that chooses corruption over earning their salaries the right way. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. They need your support, Honorable, through you, Chair. And we appreciate the support that you are giving.
Thank you, Honorable Topa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo, follow up. You must be ready, Honorable Mathale.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chairperson, for your catches. Minister, just want to be specific when I ask this question, because I think we've been too general. Is there no faction in SAPS, to the best of your knowledge, which consists of General Sibia, the Minister, and others, vis-a-vis a faction consisting of General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, the National Commissioner, Khumalo, and others? To the best of your knowledge. I thought that must be specific, Chairperson. Thank you.
No.
Or it doesn't exist, or no. you have no knowledge of it.
No. The names that you have outlined and the posture that they seems to have taken can't be subscribed to a faction in SAPS, because they are not SAPS. The fact that the minister is a minister of police, national commissioner is the national commissioner of police. That does not make them SAPS.
Honorable Mathale is 7 minutes past 5.
Chair, I'm having everybody's time. We agreed. No? Thank you, Chair.
Your
Tabela,
time
Deputy
starts
Minister.
at 7 minutes past 5 and ends at 17:37. Thank you.
Okay, I'm moving, Chairperson. Tabela, Deputy Minister. I'm going to piggyback also on this issue of not having designated powers or responsibility, and it's almost 1 year later. But we're going to take the angle that your office, both the Deputy Minister's offices, have continued being funded fully over this period, while the Minister has not allocated you any designated powers. So it's actually funded for designated powers, but you don't have it. And I want to just put on record that between 23 and 2020, the 2023-2024 financial year and the 2024-25 financial year, the budget allocation for the ministry increased from 49.4 million to 63.3 million. So the projected growth here for this financial year is 119 million. So this is reflecting a 23.6% growth compared to the other sub-programs within the administration. And it's a significant increase, Deputy Minister, and you know that because I raised this at the previous, when we had the previous annual report, because the average increase on other sub-programs for the administration budget is 4.6%. So, Minister, just speak to Deputy Minister, oh, maybe I'm projecting, calling you Minister already. Just speak to us about what tangible value, I know you've been saying that you've been, undertaking duties around there, but in terms of designated powers and responsibilities we are bringing in terms of policing, oversight, and service delivery, if you actually don't have the designated power or responsibilities, it's like you're just there, even when you come to the both the deputy ministers, which you regularly attend, is the portfolio committee meetings. And it's really just a wrap-up, and you give some political overview, and then it's done for the day. So how does that match the budget that we are spending in the office?
Thank you, Chair, through you. Thanks, Honourable Member. We don't appear to committees just for the sake of appearing. We are appearing as part of our accountability. And as members of Parliament, we account to you. And the Constitution says that deputy ministers are accountable to Parliament, and and we do that through parliamentary committees that you preside over, including this ad hoc committee that we are appearing before today. We have made meaningful contributions, some of whom I have outlined earlier on, Honourable Member, when I was responding to some of the questions that were raised. And one key example is the organizational structure that we have adopted now, which is a product of our contribution, working together with the personnel in the office and other programs that I spoke to. I spoke to Operation Chanela 2, which is an escalation of what we had before, and it is a product of our contribution to the discussions going on in SAPS. And these are just but a few that I can mention.
So, Minister, I'm saying it again.
No
Deputy
problem.
Minister, you're saying the same thing, and you're not answering the question. Your budget allocation is for a Deputy Minister that has designated responsibilities. When you come and account here, you're not accounting as a Deputy Minister, you're just representing the Minister because you don't have a designated. Both deputy ministers don't have that. So essentially we are saying that also the minister, Mchunu, has even failed. It's wasteful expenditure because he's taken over a year just to give responsibilities. And I don't buy that story that he needed an entire year to work out what's happening in the police. That's why we had handover. So he could have even continued on what the previous ministry had done. And as he was moving along, where he saw the gap, he could have changed it. I am so sure, and you'll answer me, Deputy Minister, whether once he assigns a role, it cannot be changed after. Maybe you should answer that.
No.
Because a whole year of spending that much money on deputy ministers that do not have designated powers and responsibilities should be a problem.
Thank you, Chair, through you. It doesn't mean that because there were no signed off designated powers, we were not given responsibilities to do as the deputy ministers. We did, and there are things that were involved in, as I've outlined there as an example. Obviously, the seventh administration was going to have an increase within the ministry because we have 2 deputy ministers, not 1. And that in itself was going to lead to an increase. There's no way that you can add an extra person and there are there's no impact on the budget. It will definitely be there.
And that's exactly the point. We've been allocating budgets without the designated responsibilities. And we are not saying that you didn't perform duties. We are saying that the minister has failed himself to fulfill his duties on making sure that his deputy ministers have designated responsibilities, that they can come and answer for their designated responsibilities over here. Let's move on, please, DM. You've been a deputy minister for 6 consecutive years. So what's your understanding? And you were a bit wishy-washy on the constitutional roles between the minister and the national commissioner. You haven't come out very clearly on that. So maybe if you can just speak to that for about a minute, please, DM.
Can you repeat your question?
What's your understanding of the roles between the minister in terms of the constitution, between a minister of police, and a national commissioner?
The minister thank you very much. The minister gives directives and develop policy, and the national commissioner implements. That's, yeah.
And then clearly you are saying that the minister did overstep in giving directives that the political task team must be disbanded.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, tell me what you said, Minister. That's what I'm asking you.
I said he develops policies
Mm-hmm.
and gives directives in terms of the Constitution.
No, I'm saying throughout the day, throughout your testimony. So you haven't, that's why I'm asking, because it hasn't come out clearly. Do you think the minister overstepped in his, when he sent that letter to disband the political killings task team?
Well, I can't say he overstepped, because the legality or to say the law does not allow that.
So he was within. Okay, I got you. You answered this question that you weren't part of the meeting between former Minister Cele and Minister Mchunu on the handover meeting. So you wouldn't be able to answer if the minister was briefed on the IMC. Let's move to... The minister spent a lot of time saying that he engaged both his deputy ministers, I think on the 21st of November 2025, where he discussed the disbandment of the PKTT. So what we're not getting here, DM, is that there seems to be like this beating around the bush on what was actually discussed. So we had the minister always going on about this work, this work study 2029, the complaints he was getting about the PKTT, but there was, and the new onogram. So these were some of the things that informed the decision. But it seems like there was never an open discussion, or maybe we're not being told, and we're asking you now, was there an open discussion, given that we are moving and we're setting up this, murder and robbery unit, we are going to shut down the PKTT? Like, was there a discussion like that? Or we were just talking around the bush that, okay, if we're going to empower the murder and robbery unit, that means that this PKTT is going to go. So help us out, please, dear.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Member. I think what we should do or understand is that the work study was not necessitated to address the PKTT task team. The work study produced the organizational structure. And the organizational structure was not an organizational structure for the PKTT. It was organizational structure for policing in the country to deal with everything that has to do with the work that police have to do. And we arrived at a structure of SAPS. This is how SAPS must look like in order to deal with the challenges of the day. And of course, within that, we must take into consideration crime intelligence. That structure as well was part of the structure that came, which was not there in the process started in the 6th administration and got concluded in the 7th administration. It has got nothing to do with whether the PKTT must disband or not. It's a separate process. The dissolution is a different discussion altogether. And yes, we did discuss this, including the political killing task team.
Okay. So and again, that's what we keep getting, is that this onogram, we're moving in this direction. We didn't discuss the PKTT in particular. But how is it that the ministry did not know that just disbanding that PKTT is a ticking time bomb, and they should not engage those who are involved to at least smooth the waters out? I mean, you, Minister, yourself, you are Deputy Minister, you're a seasoned politician. You know that when you're making decisions that are going to affect people, affect people's livelihoods, the first thing you do, even if you're going to stick to your decision, you call them and you have a meeting, right? So I'm again asking, in those discussions about the new onogram, am I saying the word correctly? That word. Was there the discussion that because of this PKTT is not, it wasn't, right? Because we were just beating around the bush to say this is how we're moving, and anything else that's not there, we're not going to mention it. We're moving like this. But did you, the other Deputy Minister and the Minister have a discussion, in particular on the 21st or 22nd of May, around that time, where there was an agreement that you're going to disband the PKTT because it doesn't fit into how we want to move as a ministry?
Yeah, I'll answer that by talking to the presentation through you, Chair, that we made to the committee, wherein we submitted that there will be a phased-in approach on the issue of the PKTT. And this presentation, when it was presented to the committee, the delegation was led by the Minister and the National Commissioner. And I said, that is the presentation that was made by SAPS to the committee on what is going to happen. And that's what is happening.
Okay, so before we get to that meeting, I'm saying, was there the discussion? So you're saying that the discussion you had with you and the two deputy ministers, the discussion in November was around a phased-out approach. And then that was presented in the portfolio committee later.
No, there was a discussion around the dissolution of the PKTT. before the letter. And then the letter came, and there were interactions that led to the presentation that we made.
Okay.
And-
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and it is that presentation says, this is the perspective of how this process should unfold. We are presenting to the committee. That's what I'm saying. When I say we, I mean led by the
by the
minister and the National Commission.
So there was an agreement between the two deputy ministers and the minister that the PKTT must be disbanded. So you were just shocked when you saw the letter because you didn't, I'm asking, you didn't expect that it was going to be issued as a directive on New Year's Eve. Were you surprised
Yeah.
that the letter was sent, or were you surprised about the content, about the disbandment?
It's the letter,
Okay,
yeah, and what it was saying should happen and how.
okay. And then let's go to the portfolio committee meeting.
Mm-hmm.
You attended, and then towards the end, we had the KZN commissioner mention Brown Mokosi implicated the minister for knowing
Mm-hmm.
him. Did you have a debriefing after that as deputy ministers and the minister about what happened in the portfolio committee meeting?
We were on virtual. We're not physically.
So you
here.
don't have, so you
I think I was in Cape Town myself, yeah. Yeah.
So you didn't, because you, earlier today you said generally before you go into portfolio committee meetings you have a caucus.
Yeah.
So only when it's physical sitting, not when it's virtual.
The issue of, the briefings, depending on where we are, all of us, if we are not in Pretoria or here in Cape Town, we'll do it virtual.
Okay.
And of course, the issue of Mokosi we will not have had a briefing, because if we had had a briefing, it will not have reached the portfolio committee.
No, I'm saying after, so a debriefing. When it
we
came
are-
up,
yeah,
it was
but
like,
yeah.
that was a hot meeting.
Yes.
What was the KZN commissioner on about? There was no discussion. You just went your own separate ways, and life went on until we had the media briefing. Is that what happened?
No, not until we have the media briefing. The issue was raised, who is this Mokosi? Yeah.
Yeah, now tell us
But-
about that.
No,
was
I'm
it?
saying
No, we want to know. That's
after-
what we're here for.
No, after that.
So
that
who
is
did
a-
you have it with?
Hello, with the minister.
And?
No, I don't recall whether
You
Natcom was
do
there,
record.
but
There's no way you don't record that.
no,
I'm
no,
sure
no,
you
no.
even went through it in your head a few times.
no. Well, it might have been discussed more than once, but what I know is that the matter was raised with the minister, who is this Mokosi. Yeah, and he assured us that there is nothing untoward about it. Yeah.
And then just two more things that I wanted to talk to you about. So you are, and we've highlighted, you are a seasoned government official holding many ministerial positions over the years, a seasoned ANC politician. So were you shocked when you had claims that, well, we don't know if it's true, it's still allegations apparently, that the minister is engaging a business person who has a tender, and I mean, it's one of the top 5 tenders in the SAPS. So whether you are involved in the process or not, it doesn't mean that you don't
Yeah.
know about it.
Yeah.
To finance their campaign. Was that something that shocked you?
Can repeat your question, please?
Okay, so former Minister Cele
Yeah.
says that when he engaged Kat Maklala,
Yeah.
he said that the minister had approached him to finance his presidency or his deputy presidency for the African National Congress.
Yeah.
Did that surprise you, that that's what happens, where we approach, within the political space, we approach business people, corporates or whatever to finance political leadership contestation?
Yeah. Look, the ANC, well, like the other comments that you made, that I'm a veteran and experienced on the government committee things. No, I'm not. I think I'm learning, and one day probably I will become experienced, and I will
Are
be a
not
good.
knowing who is running your health department.
No, I'm
Your
saying.
health screening.
I'm saying, the day I become what you say I am,
the minister.
is still coming. In the NC, you have people who, the NC have got an approach on what to do and what not to do and how to do what you want to do. And there are individuals in the organization who choose to position themselves and doing anything that they think can make them arrive where they want to arrive. When it emerges that so and so has done this and that, some of the things unthinkable. Fortunately, I was fortunate enough to have worked with men and women who taught me the working of the organization and also prepared me not to be shocked when certain individuals do things that are an ANC. It doesn't matter who they are, even if the person is a president of the organization. If they act in a manner that is not in sync with the organization, I don't get shocked. I understand, it's possible that a person can betray the cause, because our cause, it's very complex, very difficult, very long. We are here today because of the challenges and the dynamics of the liberation struggle itself. You will have individuals from time to time who get compromised or who are part of the machinery, but they are there to serve a cause that has got nothing to do with the liberation struggle. They are being handled by other people. And at the right time, they make them do things that reverses the gain that we might have made at any given stage. So when such things happen, you must know it's possible it can happen. Don't lose hope on the cause, because things like this will happen. And it has happened many a times where
like with
people where people close to you were working with, they betray you. It has happened to me. I was detained and I got expelled from college, and when I was challenging that expulsion, we were given affidavit, and as we were going through the affidavit, I found one of the people who was an activist from the college, who has explained everything under the sun that betrayed the cause.
Talking about his
but
college things.
we didn't get disbanded. We understood that and said it can happen.
I get you, DM.
Yeah.
You
All I'm saying is that when people do things they are not supposed to do, and it emerges that it has happened, they are not angels. They are human beings.
So that brings us back to the CR17 and seal bank statements.
Yeah.
Because we've used state institutions to also hide what's on there. And this seemed that what was going on, and if it is indeed true, that we have political parties accessing businesses, whether it's through those that are having big tenders, corporates, or whatever it is, to fund their positions in leadership positions in political parties, then they come and they use the state institutions to seal that, so we don't even see what's going on. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Oh, one more question, just one more, Chair. You said that one of the things you will do if you are appointed minister is start the lifestyle audits. Let's even leave lifestyle audits alone, DM. We have a problem with just vetting a lousy 600 officials that require vetting in SAPS. How is it that our National Commissioner is failing to do that? He came here and he told us he's starting the whole vetting process, but since I've joined this committee and I've read reports from even our officials in SAPS are not being vetted. There's about 600 that require vetting. How can you run a country if you cannot ensure that crime intelligence can vet 600 people?
I think that's one of the things that needs to be done to ensure that
But
that
that's
happens.
not answering the question. Why are we failing on something that basic? and you're saying that it's functioning, that SAPS is functioning, and there's just elements that is a problem. That's huge. It's not an element. It's in the highest structure, 600 officials right now. We don't know how many of them have security clearance and they're occupying positions.
That is a shortcoming that needs to be addressed, and it will be addressed.
You have been such a politician, DM. Shortcomings, it's a disaster. The NC is failing South Africans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mathale. Honorable Mwango.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Afternoon, sir.
We are constrained, we have time constraint today, so I don't have a lot of questions to ask. But I just want to say that it's amazing that after a year of your appointment, Honorable Deputy Minister, you still do not have a job description. And you are just not alone. You are two of you as Deputy Ministers. I think that is a cause for great concern, not only to us, but even to South Africans. However, I do want to take you to page 6 of your evidence in chief, where you were discussing the role of the Deputy Minister and looking at also the constitutional mandate of the Deputy Minister. But on paragraph 11, there is a telling comment that you are making there, where you are saying, and I quote, the interface between the executive oversight and operational authority within SAPS is constitutionally significant and institutionally delicate. I would invite the Honourable Minister to a little bit expand on that and just unpack for us, what do you mean? What is delicate about what you are actually saying here?
As I thank you, Honourable, thank you through you, Chair. As I explained earlier when I was talking about the interface between the executive authority and the accounting officer, there is a thin line that draws the distinction. And I said that their relationship is dialectical in the sense that the minister gives policy and issues directives. But this does not necessarily mean that it's a one-way flow from the minister to the national commissioner. The two persons need each other, and they should interact in a manner that strengthen their responsibilities or makes them to become more efficient by working together, consulting each other. It be normal it must be a practice that when you see a national commissioner knocking at the minister's office or vice versa, it should not be ufuna anilo. It must go without saying that every week or in 2 weeks, in 2 times a week or 3 times a week, the national commissioner or the minister will be visiting the national commissioner's office and vice versa, and they will be interacting on any matter that have to do with policing. If you master that, which the constitution that just says that it gives the minister develop policy and give directives, it ends there. It doesn't say the minister must see the commissioner every week or every fortnight or every month, but practically the two must interact in such a manner that there is nothing that they don't talk about. It must not happen that you find a situation wherein the two can meet, whether in a funeral or a social occasion or anywhere, and there are issues that they need to deal with, and they don't deal with them, and they surprise each other. It mustn't happen. The matter that I think we have not mastered very well as a country, even though we are becoming better from experience, is how the two interface. If I'm appointed a minister or I'm given a responsibility of a government entity, when I arrive there, suddenly everybody who is there must be moved somewhere. I must bring new people because I can't interact with the person that I find in there. And in most cases, you don't have continuity in terms of those who were running that institution before you came. And all you need when you go in there, yes, you have got this executive authority, but you have it within a context of an accounting officer and vice versa.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. On page 9 of your evidence in chief, paragraph 20, you are actually saying, excuse me, if I may quote you, Minister Mchunu's approach was to allocate tasks as and when issues arise. This ad hoc approach has its benefits and disadvantages. Can you also elaborate a little on what are the benefits, what are the disadvantages of this approach?
Of having issues clarified earlier in the day, they are huge. But when you don't do that and you act as and when issues arises, you have difficulties. Difficulties that makes honorable members to persistently raise the questions they have raised about this non-delegation of responsibilities. It's not ideal. It's not good. It affects everybody, and even the staff in the office gets affected. They raise issues. My head of my office have been raising issues with me around these issues because they affect how they do things or how they have been doing things before. So the sooner a matter of this nature is resolved, the better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I know that the issue of factionalism has been actually discussed quite extensively, but I can't help but also go back to it myself because I'm not satisfied with the position that you have adopted on this matter. Because you state in your evidence, Honorable Deputy Minister, that, and I quote, you are not aware of any factionalism in the police services, and unquote. Yet, in the same breath, acknowledge that members, and I quote, appear to struggle to work together, unquote. And that there are, and I quote, elements who still defend apartheid system, unquote. How do you reconcile this contradiction? And would you actually agree that systemic mistrust, internal resistance, and parallel loyalties within SAPS are by definition markers of factionalism?
Not necessarily. Differences of opinion will never translate into a faction. When I spoke about the integration process, about those who served apartheid and those who were part of the non-statutory, in '94 when police integrated, we integrated police officers from the central government, from the Bantustans, the independent states, and non-statutory forces. By now, we're supposed to have concluded that process. But as we speak, Chair, we have the non-statutory project that has not been concluded. We are in court now by Solidarity. We won the case, even though the judgment came almost after a year after the hearing. And when we were supposed to move on to implement, the matter was appealed. And we are in 2025. We have not concluded that process. That is a problem. But it's a problem that we are bound to encounter given where we come from. The reason why I feel strongly that we don't have factions is because the issues that you have raised, Honorable Member, the differences that you're speaking about, the issues that were flagged of criminal elements influencing the police, I don't characterize those as factionalism in SAPS. It's the fact that there are people who have been able to influence certain members in SAPS to work with them to do wrong things, but that we can't characterize that as factions in policing. These are elements that must be rooted out of the system. SAPS must be cleansed of these elements. We must not, for a moment, come to say those who are honest policemen, as Honourable Member from the Democratic Alliance have said, those honourable members, those good police members, we must never categorize them as belonging to a faction. That belongs to an institution, is SAPS. And those elements, we must always characterize them as elements that must be rooted out.
But Honorable Deputy Minister, it's 31 years after 1994.
Yeah.
Surely some of those elements that actually were integrated in 1994, most of them should be out on pension. So you could be talking about a small fringe of those elements, which cannot actually, muddy the waters, as it were, of the SAPS as an entire organization.
No, I'm not saying that those who came from the security branch who have come into crime intelligence, they are the majority of the officers that are there. No. The impact that they have on the transformation project is not small. They might be small, but the impact it's huge, including the criminal elements. If criminals have been able to infiltrate the police and they engage in activities that are criminal, the things that they do have a huge impact. They might be small, but they do things that damage the image of police. When they say police are engaged in criminal activities, they are aggregating the police in general, including good police officers are viewed as men and women in blue who are involved in criminal activities. This means even those who are honest police officers are viewed that way. So the impact of these people is huge, and they always set us a step backward.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. General Mkwanazi has alleged that, and I quote him, sophisticated criminal syndicate has infiltrated law enforcement and intelligence structures. As Deputy Minister, what is your assessment of these claims? Has the ministry launched or supported any independent investigation into this? And now, and also how do you differentiate between criminal elements and factional networks within and when their impact on command integrity essentially actually is aimed at eroding the trust and operational and bringing about operational paralysis in the organization.
I think the process that Parliament has started through the ad hoc committee will assist in dealing with this phenomenon that we're faced with. And of course, the legislature has started this process, and the executive have also initiated a process that is led by Madlanga, and your process is led by the Chair, Honorable Lekhanyan. The ad hoc committee's work and what they are going to recommend will help us to deal with this challenge. Equally, the Madlanga processes, as it concludes, because the issues that are also raised at that platform are going to assist us to address this threat that have been put before us. This forum in particular is not necessarily a forum of looking for wrongdoing. It is also a forum looking at what needs to be done, how best can we do this. That's why your terms of reference and the issues that through your evidence leader you have asked us to do and to put, and there is an attempt in my presentation, for instance, to deal with the specific issues that have been raised, but also what we think needs to be done going forward. For instance, on the issue of that you have raised with other members on the delegation of responsibilities as outlined by the Constitution, there are specific recommendations that one has made in this regard, which I believe will assist us going forward. For instance, we said that this means that the President, as the appointing authority, that is page 6 of 10, as the appointing authority and the minister to whom a deputy minister has been assigned must specify the powers and functions of the deputy minister. This is just but one example. There are other recommendations that one has made, and I believe the other witnesses that have appeared before you, they have also attempted to make their recommendation, which the committee, as you conclude your report, will take into consideration the issues that were flagged there, and this will then assist us to become better people. Thank you.
My second last question, Honorable Deputy Minister, is just if you were a minister, how would you actually handle the whole matter of the disbandment of the PKTT, Honorable Mathale?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Thanks for that difficult question.
Just to remind you, Honorable Nomvalo had asked that question. Is it your intention to repeat it? The question that you have just asked, he had asked it before.
Well, I'm asking it in my own way. Yeah, thank you.
The same words in the same sequence have been used. So, look, there is no problem. If you want to repeat the sequence, it's okay.
Given where we are and what has transpired since then, it's clear that with hindsight, you will handle an issue like this with circumspect in such a manner that you don't create a problem for the institution that you are leading.
Well, thank you. That's a nice answer. Honorable Deputy Minister, suppose the Minister had shared his reasons for the directive with you, and those reasons that he had actually outlined in his directive, the reasons for the disbandment of the PKTT, would you have agreed with him as sufficient reasons to actually disband the PKTT?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members. Obviously, we will have had an engagement, and the minister will have had the opportunity to have another view that will have assisted to then lead to a situation where a letter is crafted, but in a manner that it addresses or it becomes a product of that particular engagement. Mind you, he did indicate here that he didn't use the opportunity of what is available for him from his legal advisor to the deputies that he have and the national commissioner. He wrote it, and in his wisdom send it through to the national commissioner. And I believe if he has used what was available, it might have been differently formulated.
Well, thank you. In fact, I was asking that question in the context of your statement on paragraph 43 on page 16, where you say, and I quote, "I do not necessarily agree with the reasons for disbandment." Thank you. The last one, Honorable Chairperson, has to do with the Right Honorable Mathale. I just want to know whether
Honorable who?
Mathale, not honorable only, the Right Honorable Mathale. I actually would like to know whether the Deputy Minister has ever at any time been treated to the hospitality and the generosity of Mr. Mathale, like the former minister, Bheki Cele, who actually cannot close his mouth, and his, the way he was actually treated, and the hospitality that was actually afforded to him in Pretoria, in Mathale's residence. I'm just asking whether the Deputy Minister has not had any opportunity to actually also benefit from that, from Mathale's hospitality and generosity.
No. I guess because we don't know each other. Yeah, but okay. No, I haven't.
Would you share the last one? Would you share with us why Mr. Mathale's tender was cancelled?
Yeah, this is a funny one.
If you know.
Well, there was a meeting which, unfortunately, I was given other tasks where this matter came, and they then agreed they must look into it, and ultimately the processes led to the cancellation of the tender. What the reasons and everything around that cancellation, I can't give the details. I don't have.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mngango. I must give you a standing ovation. It's a practice. Honorable Sols. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable,
Wait, Honorable Souls, other standing ovation for Honorable Mathale. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, may I please donate my time that remained to Honorable Souls?
Honorable Souls, your time starts now. Honorable Mngwango has said it beforehand that he doesn't have many questions.
I think he's also trying that hospitality he was talking about.
Honorable Chair, thank you. Is that what I look like on the? We need a flashlight.
Yeah, you need to come sit next to me, Honorable Souls.
This is how you look in.
There's a lot of light here with the
Honorable
EFF.
This,
There's a lot of light
this is-
with the
this is
EFF,
how
Honorable Souls.
South Africans
Woza.
see you.
Oh.
Yeah. And it may be even worse outside. Yeah.
The caution to South Africans would have been, if you don't see me, just follow the teeth.
Yeah, but your teeth can't represent them. It's you who represent them here.
Deputy Minister, greetings to you in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Minister, the Minister testified, Minister Mchunu, he testified that there is no IMC in the 7th administration. Is this true?
Yes.
So there is no IMC in the 7th
I'm not aware of any.
Former Minister Cele said that as far as he's concerned, there is still an IMC and a new administration does not dissolve an IMC. You testified that in the 6th administration you attended at least 2 meetings of the IMC. Is former Minister Cele's testimony true?
Well, what I know is that I haven't heard of an IMC meeting, so I take it that the 7th administration has not appointed people to serve in the IMC like the previous administration.
So you agree with you disagree with the testimony of former Minister Cele?
I guess if that's how you interpret it, it means yes.
Deputy Minister, from the 30th September 2019, the words used whenever there is an application made or a request made by the PKTT for budget, etc., the words used formally is a request for extension. Now, does this mean that there was a clear understanding that it has reached its end date?
Well, I am not aware of the end date that was put, that it must exist from this period to that period.
So what is the reason for the words?
Can we take Honorable Nomval?
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. On the IMC question, DM, you have responded, and your response says you don't agree with what Minister Cele said. Minister Cele's understanding is that the IMC continues to exist because even to the next administration, because it is not a team of ministers, but it is a team of ministries Now, the narrative by the suspended Minister Mchunu, is that once the administration ends, then the IMC also lapses. So, and the result of which the PKTT, which is a product of the IMC, also ceases to exist. So that is his justification for disbanding for failing to convene the IMC. In his understanding, it has never existed beyond the administration under which it was formed. So those are the two contending statements that we have as the committee before us. Now, do you agree with the narrative that the IMC, when we go to another administration, ceases to exist?
It must be constituted. The president must constitute it, but it has not been constituted. Ministers who became ministers in the respective portfolios have not been designated that particular responsibility. But the workings of the task team continues. They are investigating. There are cases that they are working on them. The cases have not been wrapped up. They continue with the investigations, and they've been continuing to work.
So the task team, which is a product of the IMC, must continue even if the IMC is not there. That is your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Deputy Minister, so in your view, formally, when these requests are made, the terms request for extension, according to you, what does that mean when you read it?
Request of extension of what?
Yes, whenever the PKTT requests budget periodically since the 30th of September 2019, all the evidence we've seen, the words they would use is a request for extension. So how would you understand that?
What do I understand that request for extension mean?
Yes, sir, in that context.
I don't know whether they are referring to the extension of their funding or what is the request for. But the task team exists and it is running operations. Obviously, if their budget is exhausted, they will request further funding, and I guess that's how it was done.
So your understanding is that it is only with reference to money, nothing else, not in terms of its existence, to say we've reached the end, we are now requesting for further extension, and this is the period of extension, and for this period of extension, we require X amount of money.
Yeah, I think it's an operational decision that the commissioner will take from time to time for them to continue to do their work. And I think that's what he did.
Minister, do you think that the PKTT should be disbanded?
Well, I have no objection with them folding their work and their work being taken by the murder and robbery unit.
Is there a yes?
Yeah.
You think they should be disbanded?
Yes.
Former Minister Cele, but before I go there, you say in your testimony that you do not necessarily agree with the reasons for disbandment.
Yes.
So you agree that there should be disbandment,
Yeah.
but you don't necessarily agree with the reasons. So what is your reasons for the disbandment? What would your reasons be?
My reason is you strengthen the capacity to do investigation work around murder and robbery-related cases. And as you become effective and efficient, there is no need to put a task team to deal with murders because you are effectively dealing with that aspect.
And that now focuses on the country as a whole rather than
Absolutely.
a zoomed in approach.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. Now, if you feel that the reasons you don't necessarily agree with that the minister used, do you then believe that the minister is protecting drug cartels?
No. No.
So now we have, you don't necessarily agree with the reasons,
Yeah.
and you disagree with the allegations that brought
Yeah.
us here,
Yeah.
that the minister has decided in that way because he's protecting drug cartels.
Yeah.
So if we rule out both of that, there must be something that motivated the minister. I am of the view that there is a third possibility, and this possibility is something that the minister is not telling us. What is your view?
I can't speculate because I don't know, except what is stated there as the reason.
Dear, former Minister Cele testified that when he considered that there are 23 special operatives from the military that has been contracted by Mr. Mathale, and he considered that General Mkonazi told him about 59 special task members that is also employed by taxi bosses. He's worried that the private security companies are being strengthened to the degree that they are more stronger and equipped than SAPS. Are you equally worried?
Of course, I am. We did discuss that with former minister and agreed that we must do everything possible to retain special task force members because their training is it's a bit steep, it's expensive. So you must do everything possible to make sure that you retain them in the service of SAPS. They mustn't go and serve private interests. And it was about the task force, but also about other specialized forces, including your detectives. That's why we increased their allowances so that they must find comfort in doing work for SAPS.
DM, is there a separate army being built in KZN under the guise of private security companies?
I'm not aware of an army that is being built in KZN.
Ayo, Deputy Minister. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sols. Honorable James, your time starts now. 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair. DM, earlier on you testified SAPS, this institution, is intact. What is your understanding of the words intact?
The ability and the capability to execute your responsibilities that are assigned to you, fighting crime, doing policing in the country. I think we are doing exactly that. Of course, we can do more and better. But at the moment, the response that we are giving clearly demonstrate that we have got a police service. Yes, there are challenges. I acknowledge that as well.
All right, you said intact. South Africa has been waiting for 2 months for the crime stats. What is your response to that?
Well, it's unfortunate that we did not release the crime stats.
So that's definitely not intact, am I right, DM? We cannot say we are intact when we've been waiting for 2 months. It keeps on being delayed for crime stats that needs to tell us where we're at as a country.
Well, that is not a reflection of the fact that we are not intact. It's just there were delays in signing off. That's it, and the changes that took place. But that is not a reason enough or an explanation that one can give that SAPS is not intact because of that.
And also, over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we've had 40 people murdered on the Cape Flats as a result of lack of resources and understanding and strategy. Is SAPS intact?
It is. The challenges of the Cape Flats, it's a serious concern to us. That's why we had an extensive discussion around how we are structured at SAPS and how best we can be structured so that we are able to respond to the challenges that our people in the Cape Flats are confronted with. One murder is one too many. We are worried, and we believe that the organogram that we have adopted will enable us to respond appropriately to the weaknesses that are there, and we will be able, working with our communities, to respond to the challenges that they are confronted with.
Minister, I think our understanding of the word intact is completely different, but I'm going to leave it there. I also want to know, you testified that you were shocked, that you were dissatisfied, that you saw in the media. Did you say or did you do anything about you being dissatisfied? Because it's either you are participating or you are a bystander.
I'm not a bystander in the ministry. I'm a participant. And we do interact with the minister and the National Commissioner on things that affect or confront the police in the country.
Minister, you've also said you've made mention of PKTT. We've had former witnesses come and say that it was the PKTT was only budgeted and funded for operations within KZN. Was it a national PKTT as per Minister Mchunu, or was it just for the province?
Well, the genesis of the PKTT found its expression in KZN. And the work...
Sorry, Minister, I'm asking, you're saying it finds its expression in KZN.
Yes.
Was it funded, was the budget allocation only for KZN, or was it for national operations?
It's the last request came from the CFO nationally to finance what they are doing. Their work is not confined to KZN.
We know that, Minister. We're speaking specifically up to the budget, the operational budget, because I've asked these questions to several other witnesses, and no one's able to give us a direct answer.
I know that there was allocation which were approved by the CFO.
Yes, we know that all allocations are approved by the CFO, but I'm still asking, was this for KZN or was it for national operations?
For the PKTT.
I'm asking, was it for national, the budget allocation, was it for national, or was it for KZN? Because the minister insisted on the N. And when Minister Bheki Cele came, he said, no, he's not familiar, he's not aware of the N. So I'm asking you, that's been walking alongside Minister Bheki Cele for 5 years, was the N there or not? Was it national or not?
The funding.
Yes, the funding, was it for operations? We know funding comes from national, but I'm asking the funding, the budget, the operational budget, was it for KZN or was it for national? And even if we have to spend the day asking this question, it's fine.
No, that's okay. The funding that they are given to do work where they are assigned.
Which is KZN?
No, they have been to the Eastern Cape, they've operated there. We have had problems in Mpumalanga. We have said they must also focus on Mpumalanga. In Gauteng, I mean, even the provincial commissioner did mention that they were assisting here in Gauteng. So they are not necessarily confined to work in KZN. Mind you, the head of the PKTT is General Kumalo, who is head of CI based in Pretoria.
It's really sad that everyone that has appeared before us is unable to answer that very simple question. Considering that you said to us that you partook in several meetings discussing, you knew the involvement about the formation, because usually on the cover page when we have a NAT joint operation, it would actually outline the budget. You and I know this, DM. And here today, because that budget would speak to accommodation, it would speak to vehicles, it would speak to, obviously you can't process a case and you can't attend a court case in Gauteng when you're on KZN. If you don't have a budget for it. And this is what I've been trying to determine. Was there a budget nationally? We know things that happens in all other provinces, but the budget allocation, was it for those members to work across provinces?
I mean, yes, they were doing work outside KZN also.
Minister, you know what? This morning I was asking myself why were you here, but I want to thank you. I'm not going to be long and listen to my own voice. I want to thank you for coming, because I thought that we needed to focus on the big fish, you know, and just call you later on. But if anything, I appreciated your testimony today, because it has proven that we need to do away with ministers, deputy ministers. If anything that needs to be disbanded or disestablished, it's deputy ministers. Thank you, Chair.
Chair? Chair? No, thanks, Chair. No, with due respect, I don't think that is appropriate for us, or any of us, to refer to those who came before us as big fishes, or big fish, I don't know what's the right expression, and therefore insinuate that the witness who's before us today is a small fish. I don't think that is acceptable, Chair, because the reason we invited all witnesses, we never agreed on their weight. We agreed on witnesses. So now, when there's a big and a small fish, where was that decided?
Chief Whip, let me give the member a standing ovation for having been consistent with the time that has been the practice with all other members. And no, wait. I must forever remind you as members that when you invite a person to your house, you have a duty to hospitality. And when we are gathered like this, we are the leadership of this country. Any citizen of this country who is following us, who has intention to appear before us, if they happen to come here, when they leave, they must still leave this house with their integrity intact. They must feel more proud about being South African. SC, there are 3 members left. That is Honorable Ntuli, that is Honorable Skosana, and that is Honorable Kola Barnett. No, I'm reading the list. If she doesn't speak, she will come and say I'm not speaking.
We're done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So there are 2 members left. So we're going to take a 10 minutes break. We'll come back. Yeah. We will come back at 6:30. We'll come back at 6:30. And I apologize for the delay, Chief Whip. You can just keep on jogging and jogging. You will come to the pitch, don't worry. Thank you so much.
last 16 clashes, right? And for both,
that you may want to make to this ad hoc committee in relation to how the role or roles of the deputy ministers can be enhanced in the performance of their work? Do you have any suggestions? Because you've been a DM now for a few years, and certainly through that period, you've learned, you've experienced certain things. There are things that you might have liked, there are things you didn't like, but there may be things that you believe should be considered in order to strengthen the role of DMs in government. Do you have any suggestions that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, I think in my submission there is page 6, item 9, 10, and 11 explicitly talks to that and what we think needs to be done with regard to that particular matter of deputy ministers, so that we don't have a situation where we have what currently is prevailing, and it appears like some members thinking that we enjoy what we are going through. We don't, and I think we can do better in this regard. I will not go into those submissions, but I think the Secretariat can pin those up as part of what one recommend should be taken into consideration, because indeed, deputy ministers, sometimes you find that it depends on who is the minister, and if you are not able to find a way to deal with that, there is a problem. But I must say that I was able to find a way that we could work. It's just that it's unfortunate that we are here and that matter was not yet finalized. But we were working very well with Minister Mchunu, and I believe that we can do much better than what we have done currently. I think those are the two issues that the committee should look at, because it's very, very important. The Parliament have got a responsibility to oversee deputy ministers in terms of the Constitution, and I think the Constitution should be. We should revisit the Constitution, given where we have travelled for the past 8 years. We need to tweak that Constitution to deal with what becomes a challenge. Like, you say, but why don't you have a deputy minister becoming acting? We must deal with that lacuna, because it's not in our interest to have a situation like that where there is no clarity on what must happen, and then we create a problem for ourselves. Yes, they passed the Constitution in 1994, and they didn't envisage that we'll have something like this. But in the course of doing work, you learn that you must also plan for things like this, and it's better if you go within. These people can perform these responsibilities. Of course, it doesn't mean that when you are given this responsibility, you are then going to become a minister. No, you can continue acting on that space while you remain a deputy minister. And when things are cleared, the minister come back, you move on without a problem. I think it will be better if we have something done about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. That was my last question.
You deserve it, Chief. Thank you so much. Why do you start, Honorable Mathale?
On a point of clarity, it's a follow-up question. I haven't had a follow-up question since I've been here. Am I allowed?
You are allowed.
Thank you. Am I allowed, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Mathale.
DM, I think the bigger question here is that, is there a need for deputy ministers?
Yeah.
and then speak to that, and then we can understand the process of, amending the constitution and to take that into account.
Yeah.
But for the majority of South Africans, we don't know, because a lot of our money just goes and deputy ministers are wandering around. So tell us, what role exactly are deputy ministers going to play outside that they should be able to step in as acting ministers if the need arises? Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question. I think the deputy ministers have a role to play. It was seen then in '94 when the constitution was crafted that the president will appoint deputy ministers and they will account to Parliament, and they will be given responsibilities to function. We can say maybe the Constitution is not explicit enough in terms of what they need to do, but a role to play they have. If you look at the ministry that we are talking about, as I said earlier, it's a ministry that is composed of almost 4 departments. And each of them very complex, very difficult to deal with. You need an extra hand. It's necessary to have deputy ministers, Honorable. I'm convinced about that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Novalo.
No, I just want to confirm that in the current framework, Minister, at DM, in the current framework of deputy ministers, the performance agreement is the only instrument that you can use to assess the performance of ministers, correct?
Yeah.
So it means currently there is nothing, or there is no authority or instrument that is in place that is being used to assess your performance.
Absolutely, because you need that agreement so that you can then take steps necessary against non-performance by anyone after they've been assigned responsibilities.
Okay, lastly, Chair, when you are responding to the Chief Whip of the ANC, you kept on saying you have a good working relationship with the suspended minister,
yeah.
Minister Mchunu.
Yeah.
So against which working instrument do you make that determination? Because there is absolutely no framework that creates a synergy between yourself and him. So is it based on feelings, or is based on the performance of your performance as a deputy minister and how he supports the work that he established for you in a performance agreement? So where do you base that?
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thanks, Chair. Why do I say I have a good relationship with him? It's a relationship that I've had with him long before he became a minister. And he came in the space we worked together. The absence of the delegated authority that does not mean the relationship that I have with him is non-existent. It does exist, and I'm referring to that. And obviously, once delegations are given, you can then the issues that you are raising can also come into effect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, DM.
Afternoon.
Honorable Deputy Minister Mathale.
Afternoon.
I know that some people feel that we've been embellished in a way in the matter of PKTT. And indeed, we had to, if you remember that the term of reference in this matter focused mostly on the PKTT.
Yeah.
Now, in your view, do you think that there's any renaissance, of the PKTT?
There is any?
Renaissance, the revival
or
that we can as well, because when I hear you earlier, you were saying that perhaps the winding up, it's a good thing. In my view, I don't think it's a good thing. I want to find, out from you whether this PKTT, in fact, because as you know, there's other provinces, there's an outcry in other provinces as well that perhaps they needed to be attended to.
Well, I hear you. Thank you, Chair. I hear you, Honourable Member, and I have no problem with the questions that were asked around this, and you asking the same question in a different way. That's why we are here. I think you will agree with me, Honourable Member, that if we increase our efficiency and our effectiveness in dealing with murder in the country, and we become effective, if you kill somebody, you get arrested, you get convicted, and throughout the country, there won't be any need for us to talk of a task team, because we will not be having a problem. A problem arises when you have matters that are not resolved. And I think that's what we want to deal with. We want to create the institutional capacity in SAPS to be able to deal with any eventuality that our people are confronted with. If you commit crime, you will be arrested. If you kill, you will be arrested and you will be convicted.
In your view, what was the encumbrancy, hindrance, in other words, why you and the Deputy Minister were not delegated powers as is required by the Constitution, that the Minister has to give you, he must delegate powers to you?
Well, I felt very strongly that we must engage with the minister and assist them to fully grasp the complexities of the institution that we are dealing with, so that when he ultimately say, let's delegate responsibilities to this DM and that DM, these are the responsibilities we are delegating to, he is fully alive to what he's dealing with. And I think this is what delayed the whole process, and I'm confident sitting here before you, Chair, and members, that I think the Minister currently, as we speak, he has a fair grasp. He might not be 100% perfect about the workings of the institution, but he has a fair grasp of what needs to be done, and if he is back in office by the end of this week, he will be able to deal with this, which has been outstanding.
I just want to make a follow-up question as well. I'm not going to go back to the issue that you were appointed in July 2024, which means you're almost over a year working with the minister.
Yeah.
I ask this because in a written statement, you indicated that Minister Mchunu did not consult you or Deputy Minister Bheki before deciding on the disbandment of the PKTT. But as you know now, that the PKTT formation was not only about the Minister of Police. There were ministries, like my colleague has articulated earlier. In your discussions, if you ever discussed with the minister, did he mention that he's not alone, so he can't take a decision alone on this matter? And did you perhaps as well discuss with the National Commissioner, in your meeting with the National Commissioner, the minister, and your other colleague, about this matter of disbandment, besides the letters of the 31st, as earlier before that?
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. We have had engagements, and that's why when you look at the presentation that we made to the committee that talks to the PKTT and how it must fold its operations. We presented a phased-in approach, and this approach was not necessarily presented by the National Commissioner. We were led by the Minister. So Team SAPS was presenting that, and that is our view as far as that is concerned.
You reveal in your statement something very concerning, that you said since the take-up of your role under Minister Mchunu, you have not been assigned to any specific functions and have been working on some sort of ad hoc basis. In other words, you work like you are moonlighting. You know, in a simple term, let me put it like that. What do you think is the reason for this? Because surely it cannot be administratively or operational sound that for a year you are still waiting for the minister to delegate powers to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. And unfortunately, we don't have delegated authority, and I've explained why I think that is the case. And the reason being that the minister was familiarizing himself, and I think I can't say now as we speak, he's still familiarizing himself. That's why I'm saying if he comes into office tomorrow, he will be able to start processes to finalize this, because he's fairly clued up with the happenings of SAPS.
Were you followed on that? Were you followed on that? Were you unhappy about that yourself and your minister?
That we have not delegated authority?
Yes.
Of course, I was not comfortable that I don't have... no. Yeah, so yeah, it's not a good thing. Like I sit here, I say I'm not delegated functions, but I understand where the minister come from. He must understand so that he know what he is doing when he delegate. You can't just delegate without fully grasping the dynamics in the space.
Will you agree that perhaps it was a lack of experience and the capacity which were limited to the Minister Mchunu in terms of the operational dynamics of South African Police Service?
Well, as I said, he was familiarizing himself, and you can't delegate functions of something you are familiarizing yourself in.
As you said earlier, you've been appointed by the President, am I right?
Yeah.
Have you ever discussed your concern with the President?
Well, the President has delegated the Minister to deal with the matter, and the Minister was dealing with it. The process he was following was to familiarize himself, and when he has full clarity of what needs to be done, he was going to execute.
So the President might not be aware that you don't have delegated powers. The Minister did not do that to you.
Well, I don't think the President is not aware of what is happening. He knows.
So the President might have been briefed about this matter. Now, let's come to the issue of the arrest of Khumalo. Were you aware in advance about the Khumalo's arrest, including the time, the location, and the manner in which it was going to be carried out?
We are not aware of subjects of investigation and when arrests are made. You only learn after the fact.
You didn't receive any formal briefing on the details of his arrest, because as you know, it is commonly known now that when General Mkhwanazi was here, he was very specific about IDEC, that they are law unto themselves, and there's some rogue elements at IDEC. Do you agree with that assertion?
Well, that is information at his disposal, which I don't have. And secondly, the issue of arrests, we don't get briefed of subjects of investigations. And when arrests are made, we only know about them after the fact. When arrests have been made, people have appeared in court, then we get to know that so-and-so was arrested and he appeared in court.
In your opinion, does the coexistence of IDEC and DPCI not constitute a duplication of roles and responsibility?
Not necessarily, but I think we can do better by integrating our efforts in fighting crime or corruption.
You've been a deputy minister now for many years, I must say.
6 years.
And the experience which you have, which is unused in a way. I'm not saying we are not working daily. Not long ago, we were here. I think a week ago, and we turn you back because the minister was not here. The acting minister was not here. But I'm not going to bother you much about that. My question, because I know the chair is looking at me now to say I must do as others have done, but I want to disappoint him a bit and our members. I won't take time. The issue which I wanted to raise to you, the issue of factions within the South African top echelons at the South African Police Service. You said in your word, you don't think there's any factionalism. Am I right?
Yes.
What do you think is the problem? Because we've seen other witnesses here. It was evident that there's a serious problem in the top echelon of the South African Police Service.
Of course.
Did you discuss that with the suspended or the special leave minister?
Well, the issues that were raised here that indicates differences, I saw them when they presented here. I know that there was a meeting that the minister convened with the National Commissioner and the DNC SBIA and General Mkwanazi to try and assist in bridging, making them work together. I'm aware about that. But the issues of factions, as I have explained, you know, when you have 100,000 people, and I'm not saying 3 people, but there are other people, but whoever they are, they don't constitute a significant number of police that are involved in these differences. And as a result, I maintain that the South African police is intact and we don't have factions in the police. You do have individuals who disagree on matters, but I can't subscribe that to factionalism. For instance, if you look at the case in point here, the people that appeared here, they are individuals that have appeared here, not SAPS, the organization, the institution. So I can't subscribe individuals into factions in SAPS, and SAPS is characterized by factions, no. And the issue of our being turned back here, Chair, by the committee, we accepted your ruling in that meeting, but we didn't agree with it because we believe the committee should have exercised their responsibilities, which was to look at the annual performance plan, which was presented by people delegated to present that responsibility, and it's in line with the Constitution. It's unfortunate that we were made to turn back, which we have accepted, even though we didn't necessarily agree. You remember, I made my comments in that meeting, Honorable Scosan.
Do you agree that the South African Police Service has put this country into opprobrium?
Can you explain that word?
Do you agree that the South African Police Service has put this country into opprobrium? In a simple term, Minister, in a public disgrace, we are shameful today because of that.
Honorable Scosan.
Yes. I'm so sorry, Chair. I'm sorry, Chair.
We communicate with the South African public
Yeah, no. Hence I've already said what I was saying, Chair. Sorry for that. Thank you.
They must follow you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm saying, Minister, the South African Police Service has put us into a public disgrace or a shame.
No, that I can't dispute with you. Look, I'm not excited sitting here to deal with what we're dealing with. It's a very painful thing to go through. I never looked forward, Chair, to come and appear before you. But when you called me, I was more than willing and ready to come and account to you. But seeing the Minister, the National Commissioner, the former Minister, the Provincial Commissioner of KZN, the DNC seated here before you, it's a painful thing for me. I can't watch the screen and really watch it from beginning to an end because it's very, very painful. I never for a moment envisioned myself seated and going through what we are going through. Today from 11 o'clock to now, 7 o'clock, we are seated here. This is not what we were elected to come and do. We were elected to serve our people to the best of our ability. And this is not serving our people. So I'm not proud of that.
Ngiyazi ukuthi nesikhethu esiyasazi manje ngifuna ukuyivala ngesikhethu and angiyazi ukuthi abantu uyabathanda, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And ngiyacabanga ukuthi mhlambe mase ninodwa manikhulumako abantu bekhaya be South Africa apha babawa ukuthi nibahelebhe ngoba ubugebengu bandile. Ngaba sikahlali la njengoba utsho ukuthi from go7 ngabe umbereko bawenza ngendlela khona ngaba sikahlali la kwelami ke ngithi ingathi solanka ke noma bangakakunikela umbereko ukuthi uhlehle fanele ngabe uraka njani mara umbereko kuyakhombisa ukuthi umbereko usawuthanda ngendlela uziphatha ngakhona nangendlela sinibona ngakhona noma mhlambe ivekele yake and I think kwaba ngimo omunye othi mani ngiba ukuthi nijike nizange naphatheka kuhle mara lokho asikwenzi ngoba kupersonal sikwenza lokho ngoba sithanda isichaba sekhethu ngamanye amagama ngithi sithokoza kakhulu engqongqotshe isikhathi sakho sokuthi usiphe namhlanje ukuthi ukhone ukuthi sisombulule imthlago le abantu abanayo uyabona kubulawa abantu eMamelodi nje kubulewe abantwana abancane into ziningi ezenzakalako ephasina ezingakalungi ngamanye amagama ngithi ngathi nibuyela noma sisahleli la ku Ad Hoc Committee umbereko ungajami ngoba makujama umbereko kubhubha abantu ngalawo magama ngithi man chairperson nami angifuna ukuba ngicede isikhathi njengoba usibawile ukuthi namhlanje ufuna ukuchayisa afrohwanyana ngiyanithokoza.
Thank you for those words. We hear what you are saying. That is exactly what we are committing ourselves to do through you, Chair. We will continue to serve as you continue grappling with the issues that are before you. And the policemen and women out there, they are doing their work. As we speak here, they are working. They are in their respective stations and will continue hosting the flag of SAPS high, despite the challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The hand of Honorable Mathale is up.
Can you imagine, on your day-to-day Deputy Minister, I have 2 follow-up questions. It hasn't happened since we started this committee. So mine is on your defense on why the Portfolio Committee did not take the annual reports. Deputy Minister, you were there representing what? Because you've just told us that you have no designated responsibility. So who was going to answer on behalf of the ministry officially? We take our jobs very serious in the Portfolio Committee. And also the National Commissioner was not there as the accounting officer. So whether the ministry was ready to report or not is not the issue. Whether you are ready to account officially
Yes.
You weren't. Do you agree? Thank you, Deputy Minister. He agrees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that comment. As we said in our presentation here, that we are delegated responsibilities from time to time. So the new minister came in. We are working on the delegation. We will be delegated. But that day, I was officially delegated by the acting minister to lead the delegation, and I was together with the Deputy National Commissioner, General Musikidi, also mandated, and we had a full complement of all the relevant officials who were going to talk to the budget. So we're ready from the executive and from the accounting officer side with a full mandate, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, SC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Honourable Deputy Ministers, just two aspects. Can we assume that the President has appointed two Deputy Ministers to assist the Minister because of the size of the police portfolio? It is one of the biggest. I'm not sure whether it's one of the biggest.
Yes.
Not sure what the biggest is.
Yes.
One of the biggest in our administration.
Yes.
And must be one of the most important portfolios.
Yes.
You accept that?
Yes, I do.
So in other words, it's a big portfolio, too big for one person to handle.
Absolutely.
That's why he gets two deputies.
Yes.
And he has to assign, in terms of the Constitution, and you have it on at paragraphs 9, 10 and 11 of your statement.
Yes.
To assign, it says, deputy ministers appointed are accountable to Parliament for the exercise of their powers and the performance of their functions.
Yes.
So you account for the powers and functions assigned to you by the minister.
Yes.
So a question which I think has been floating around for most of this afternoon, but I believe we're just skirting the issue.
Yes.
Because if you do appear before the Portfolio Committee on Police, because you haven't been assigned any powers or functions, you can't account for anything.
In the absence of powers not delegated, when you come to appear before the committee, like it happened 2 weeks back, SC, I had mandate from the acting minister to represent the department with full authority.
That's different from having been assigned powers in terms of the Constitution by Minister Mchunu.
Of course. Of course.
So Minister Mchunu has been constitutionally delinquent in more than a year later not assigning you any powers or functions. Can we accept that? Apart from the excuses that you've made for him for not doing so.
Yeah, look, I can't say he has acted he has been a constitutional delinquent, I can't say that. But of course, the Constitution says that must happen.
No, it hasn't happened.
It hasn't
What
happened.
else can be the reason or the excuse?
The reason I gave is that he was familiarizing himself with the institution so that he can then execute this responsibility.
But with respect, Deputy Minister, it applies the other way around. I would have thought someone, unlike Bheki Cele, here's a brand new minister, I would, on the very first day, say, DM Mathale, you've been around the block, I'm going to give you X, Y, Z, and even more than what you normally get, until I'm comfortable in the job, and I will withdraw those powers and assume it myself, and I become not the other way around.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Now this is a serious issue.
Yeah.
Because or rather when you were serving with Cele, if you look at the delegation, at the back of your statement. The Police Portfolio Committee can really only ask you about Program 1, Police Administration, not quite sure what that is. Public Entities Coordination, reporting to the Minister of Police. That might be important because you're dealing with entities like Transnet and our situation at the ports, which is very worrying. The establishment of Detective Training Academy, as important as it is to develop our police in the context of what you're talking about, and not really relevant. Educational and rural safety programs, again, important to engage all our people throughout the country, including rural areas. And then women and youth development programs. Those are the powers and functions, or the functions that's been allocated to you. Now, for more than a year, you've had nothing. And when you come before the Portfolio Committee, you can give one of two answers. You can either be a general sort of like a GP. You can comment on everything and anything without any authority. Or you can actually say, sorry, to the Portfolio Committee, I don't have anything to say because I haven't been allocated any powers or functions. So do you agree it's an unacceptable state of affairs?
I do agree.
Now, the last aspect is just whether the IMC still exists or not. Former Minister Cele told us that he had sight of the delegated functions given to Minister Kubai, who's our Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. And one of those functions include serving on the IMC. And this was put to Minister Mchunu, and he could obviously not dispute it. Can you dispute it?
Of course, if that's the case, I can't dispute it because I don't have sight of that.
So we have the situation where a current member of the Cabinet for Justice and Constitutional Development serves on the IMC. They may not have been convened yet. And it may again be the fault of Minister Mchunu, who still seems to be familiarizing himself with how the police works. Or it could be that it's just not been in his interest to do so. But you don't need to give an answer. The other reason why it exists is we know a budget has been approved by the National Commissioner, I think a much reduced budget. I think initially Mkwenazi requested 97 million and Dampani intervened and said, look, we don't have money, we need to be alive to the budget, and allocated 20 million. But it's until March 2026. So one would be surprised that the TOS, the PKTT, is in existence until at least March next year, but there's no IMC to whom they should actually be accounting. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you very much for your time, your cooperation, and we appreciate your attendance. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. Just one follow-up question. When the DM says the minister is still familiarizing himself with the institution or with the organization, where does he get that from? Where do you get that from, DM? Did the minister ever engage you? Did he ever make any indication to you to say, guys, I'm busy familiarizing myself, and in due course, I will delegate responsibilities to you? Or we are just assuming? No, it's not an assumption. That's what he did indicate, that as soon as he's ready, that will be done. Did he give you a time frame to say within this period, the delegation framework will be ready?
No.
He didn't?
No.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair.
Chair, if I may. Was this in writing or it was verbal?
No, it was not in writing.
Okay, thank you.
The microphone is still on. Do you still want to continue? Okay. Thank you so much, honorable members, SC and your team, the DM, the honorable DM, and the staff of Parliament, members of the media who are still here with us. I want to thank you, honorable members. Today you have shown the quality of interactions. That the quality of our interactions are the ones that make us to succeed. We have finished within record time today, Honorable Mathale. 21 minutes after 7. We received the witness this morning, led evidence, and fielded questions in one day, in less than 8 hours, from 11 o'clock up to 7. Well done. This is the best team ever that I have fielded. Thank you so much. We are going to have a committee meeting on Thursday evening at 6 o'clock. I think the invitation has been served to members. DM, we want to thank you so much for having created time to come and spend a day with us here. We would have loved to continue with you tomorrow, but my honorable members tell me that their questions are depleted. So we want to apologize for the day that you would have budgeted in anticipation that you were going to be with us here. So for any inconvenience that would have been caused on your part, we profusely apologize for that. Are you struggling to raise your hand, or are you successfully raising your hand?
And
because I want to close the meeting.
Oh, okay, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. It's administrative. I want to recommend that since tomorrow, the scheduled meeting we were supposed to have with DM, instead of us doing our meeting virtually on Thursday, and it's going to go late, you remember our last one, that we actually use the time tomorrow to do our admin meeting. And it doesn't have to be in the morning, Chair, like maybe 12, because we have all allocated. Even MK, they've allocated this day, tomorrow, for the interviews with the Deputy Minister. That's my recommendation. Because those virtual meetings are unnecessary, especially if we are all here in Parliament.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, Chair, no, we support that proposal by Honorable Mathale that we have already diarised tomorrow for ad hoc committee work. So it's a privilege now that the DM is not coming back. So let's make use of that time, Chair, because I was also a bit worried about the time for Thursday. I think it's too late, 6 o'clock is too late. our meetings usually take more than 4 hours. So if we start at 6, we might finish at 10. But the only aspect that I would disagree with is starting at 12 o'clock, Chair, because some of us are flying out tomorrow. So if maybe we can start at 10 or 11, that is my suggestion.
Chief Whip.
No, Chair, it's getting complicated now because when we understood that this meeting is ending today with DM Mathale, we also made provisions that in the morning we must proceed with other commitments, including the Chief Whip's Forum. Now, I was comfortable with us meeting in person, but if we can start from around 12 o'clock to give way for the meetings that we had already committed ourselves to in the morning. I don't know whether we can persuade Honorable Nomvalo to take the very last flight or leave on Thursday, if possible. I don't know.
You agree with tomorrow?
I'm fine, we are. I think we can be
starting
from around 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock.
Souls.
We can be available tomorrow.
You are available.
What's that, Chair?
You are available.
Yes, I am.
Honorable Mbangazita.
Although there are committees tomorrow, so I wouldn't mind.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm available only from 1 o'clock because I have a portfolio committee, which is virtual anyway, until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Honorable James.
Available, Chief.
Dr. Tuli. Will your technical team be ready for the meeting tomorrow?
Thank you, Chair. I think that is a difficult question for me to answer. But the team is aware in terms of what would then be required, but we're still busy with the presentations. We're hoping that the meeting will take place on Thursday instead of Wednesday. Thank you, Chair.
Will you be ready tomorrow at 1?
Chair, I will have to find out from other colleagues who will be doing the presentations tomorrow. I'm one of them, but my presentation is almost done. But I will have to find out from others who have to present tonight, and then I'll give you the information. Thank you, Chair.
SC, will you be ready tomorrow at 1?
Yes, Chair, we would also prefer an in-person day meeting like tomorrow rather than at night on, it would have been on Thursday. So we're in the process of compiling a report which you requested for the meeting for Thursday. So we'll just have to speed that up a bit. So if we start, what did you say, 1 o'clock? We should be ready.
Okay. To the meeting are not difficult items. The only item that may be difficult is the item on the public submissions. And this is the item that I want to persuade members that when we call a meeting, it must be the only item on the agenda. Because if you want to discuss over 300 submissions, you discuss them together with other items, we may not do justice. I think what we can agree is that the technical team just gives us a brief tomorrow, and then we agree on a day where we'll come and go through all those submissions one by one. And what they can also do in the period between tomorrow and the next meeting they can make those submissions available to members to study them, so that when you come to the next meeting, you come there having gone through all those submissions. So for the purpose of tomorrow's meeting, let's have a proposed schedule on the consultations of the witnesses that the committee has agreed on, so that the committee can express itself if it agrees with the proposal, and also have a proposed timetable. Once those consultations are concluded, when do you suggest we can start calling those witnesses? After the 14th of November, when we will be done with the list that we currently have. Remember, the other deputy minister must come, the minister who is currently in office, the IDEC, the NPA, are those outstanding witnesses that must come here, including the IGI. I think we'll also receive a report on the IGI tomorrow. So, yeah, I think in that case, we can be done in 2 hours if members agree that we should get time. I mean, also the legal opinion, Honorable Sols. If we can deal with those items tomorrow, and then agree that we need a special day to deal with public submissions. Are we agreeing to what the chair is suggesting?
Agreed.
Agreed. Is there any hand contrary to? Okay. Thank you so much, honorable members. We will start tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Is that fine, Dr. Tuli?
Yes, Chairperson, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, honorable members. Is the venue here? Yeah, the venue is confirmed. Thank you.